series on principles of marketing. Now, these days, marketing is quite a hot topic in terms of popularity and in terms of what's being used in the market to drive sales and revenue. So I'd like to talk about the basics. Now, first going to give you a rundown of the whole, and a summary of the whole book here. Now, I have an ebook, it's called Principles of Marketing. When I go to the cover, I can show you, this is my ebook version of it. It's by Kotler and Armstrong. Currently, I'm actually tutoring somebody and teaching a course in with this particular ebook. What I'd like to do is I'd like to give you a summary of this book starting out. I know it goes back to 50%, 70%. First, there's 4 parts of this book. First one is defining marketing and a marketing process. Number 2, understanding the marketplace and consumers. Designing a customer-driven strategy and mix. When they say mix, they're referring to marketing strategy mix. Okay? And then finally, the 4th part is extending marketing. All right, so obviously, especially where we're in chapter 1, and part 1 is chapters 1 and 2. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to go through each lesson being one chapter. Okay, so before I do that, I want to double check that this is recording. Is it recording? Okay, yes. Good, okay, because I've recorded stuff and thought I was recording it, and it didn't record, even though I'm pretty sure I clicked the record button. Now, let's talk about preview. This chapter introduces you to the basic concepts of marketing. We start with a question. What is marketing? Simply put, marketing is managing profitable customer relationships. The aim of marketing, and here it is to create value for customers and to capture value from the customer in return. Very big concept here, okay? Now, I'm going to highlight main ideas, okay? So, what is marketing? Okay. Now, we discussed the 5 steps of marketing process, okay? These are the 5 steps of the marketing process. Notice I'm highlighting as I'm going along here. From understanding customer needs, designing customer-driven marketing strategies, and integrated marketing programs. Why? For the purpose of building, integrated marketing programs to building customer relationships and capturing value for the firm. And firm is another word for company, organization. So organization is the general term, and then there's more targeted terms in terms of the industry. So as it refers to the colloquial language. So a lot of times when you hear firm, you're thinking of a legal firm. It doesn't have to be that, but it just refers to a public and organized firm, organizations. Now, finally, we'll discuss the major trends and forces affecting what. So we're going to talk about the major trends and forces affecting, not effecting. Affecting means the cause of. Effecting, so the A for affecting. Affecting or affecting, that means the cause of. And effecting refers to the results. It's sort of like cause, result. Okay, that's affecting and effecting. Okay, so the major trends and forces affecting marketing. This age of customer relationships. Okay, now, although this book is a little dated from 2000, I believe 10 or 12, I don't remember exactly. Some of this stuff is dated, but 2012. Okay. back to the contents. Let's go back and zoom this back in. Now, we also need to understanding these basic concepts and forming your own ideas. So this is a critical thinking part of it. First step, understand the basic concept. In other words, what is it and how does it work? And then from there, you need to make your own ideas about what this means to you. And the idea is that you get the knowledge, you understand it, and then you apply it. Okay? So, okay, basic concepts and forming your own ideas about what they really mean to you. Okay, why? They will give you a solid foundation of what follows. So, I'm going to recommend that. Oh, I already have this highlighted from before. Maybe I highlighted all that extended. Let's start with a good story about marketing. In action at Zappos.com, one of the world's fastest growing web retailers, the secret to Zappos. What was the secret to Zappos' success? It's not really a secret at all. Zappos is a flat-out customer obsessed. Means that's all they think about. Okay? Obsessed refers to all that you think about is being obsessed. It has a passion for creating value, customer value, and relationships in return. This is not just in marketing, but this is the goal in business. You want to make money, all right? The value transformed to the company comes from the value shown and given to the customer. Okay, there's a transformation. There is a change from A to B. See, right? The company or it has a passion for creating customer value and relationships in return. Okay, now when you read through things, look at the main ideas and look at stuff. Excuse me. Look at what matters most. When you read, think of this just like as if you were having a verbal conversation. As in, you're speaking to somebody, and it's a conversation, meaning two-sided conversation. A two-sided, not just only one person speaks. That's called a monologue. A dialogue is a conversation, meaning I speak and you speak. What I'm doing with this video, this is basically a monologue. Okay? But going back to what we're talking about, customers reward Zappos with their brand loyalty and buying dollars. What you want brand loyalty. Why? Because you want repeat business. You don't want to have them go to your competitor. Now, in the following chapters, we'll talk about more of this idea of repeat business. Okay. Okay. So the author goes on to say, you'll see that the theme of creating customer value. Right, what are we doing? We're creating customer value in order to capture value in return. Okay, this is kind of like pounding it in and being repetitive just to get the point across. And this is repeated through the first chapter and the remaining of the text, as I was saying earlier. Now, you see, I have the ebook here, but you can purchase the ebook, you can download the ebook, you can purchase the physical book, etc. Whatever you can do. So you notice there are 20 chapters? Yeah. With my student, actually, I'm on chapter 19. Now think of this like building a house. You don't start at the top, you start at the bottom. And you need the foundation to hold up the house. So we're going to start with this as a foundation. Now, I'm not going to go through the case example. I'm just going to give some concepts, okay? Now, let's do this. I'd like to tell you about Zappos. Now, Zappos, they make those lighters, okay? The premium lighters, okay? But short of the products, that's another area where you have something called product development. It's basically a subset inside of marketing. Just remember that, okay? Now, what we're going to do is, I'm going to go back and talk more about objectives and what we should get in this chapter. I just use Zappos as an example. What I recommend is you read through the case example like I have. I'll give all the particulars. For this purpose of this video, it's just to give you the main ideas, so I can get your thinking about marketing, the application, the strategy, etc. Before we talk about more technical aspects of assessments and strategies and thereof. Okay, so what we want to get is 5 things out of this chapter. First, we want to define marketing and outline the steps in the marketing process. Okay. Second of all, we want to explain the importance of understanding customers and marketplace and identify the 5 core marketing concepts. Identify just means we can point out what something is. We know what something is between that one, and another one, meaning what is it and how is it different. So what we need to do is we need to understand the marketplace and customer needs. For our third objective, we need to identify key elements of a customer-driven marketing strategy and discuss the marketing management orientation that guide marketing strategy. And I'm going to highlight this because I want you to see the point here. So, translation, it's designing a customer-driven marketing strategy and preparing an integrated marketing plan and program. Now, for objective 4, we want to discuss customer relationship management and identify strategies for creating value for customers and capturing value from customers in return. Okay. So basically, what is that? That's building customer relationships. Why? We want repeat business. Second of all, we want to capture value from customers. Right? That should be pretty clear. Now, objective number 5. We want to describe the major trends and forces that are changing the marketing landscape. Okay? Now, they mean that figuratively. They don't mean literally like you look outside on the land. No. This is the overall environment in marketing. Okay? In the age of relationships. Relationships is a big word because how does your customer see you in terms of their perception? And I know I'm being slightly repetitive, but again, I'm trying to illustrate a point. So if you were to ask me overall, what is that? That's the changing marketing landscape. Excuse me. Now, I'm going to read some of this stuff, and some of this stuff I will skip. Now, today's successful companies have one thing in common. Just as we talked about the case example about Zappos, I just briefly talked about it. They are strongly customer focused and heavily committed in marketing. Okay. These companies share a passion for understanding and satisfying customer needs. Okay. Why? Because it's basic business. You have to fill a demand, supply and demand. They want something. How are you going to make money? You have to fill the demand. And in well-defined target markets, meaning you need to know clearly what area, major area, are you selling your product or service. Now, when we say markets, let's clarify some stuff. Market is a general, that would be the industry. Computer industry, we could say, for example, food industry. The market is, another word for market is basically industry. Education industry. Now, within that market, we have something called a segment. So, remember I said market, that's an industry. Segment is a specific area. For example, if I say computer industry, are we talking about hardware or software? So we're talking about two major segments. Okay. Now within that segment, we have our niche, which the book's going to talk about later, but I'm just going to give you it now. Niche is a specific area in marketing where your company can be competitive, okay, according to their strengths, okay, and not according to their weaknesses, because if you're not good at something, you don't go in that, but you go in what you are good at, not what you're not good at, okay, let's make that point clear. Okay, they motivate everyone in the organization to help lasting customer relationships based on creating value. Okay, what's the purpose? To create value. Now, let's talk about what marketing is. Excuse me. Let's continue with this idea of customer relationships first. Customer relationships and value are especially important today. As the nation's economy has recovered following the worst downturn since the Great Depression, more frugal consumers, here we go, more frugal consumers are spending more carefully and reassessing, not missing, maybe missing too, reassessing their relationships with their brands. So what are they buying, and how, and if they're selling, how do they market their brand? How do they develop their brand? Okay. They're referring to that housing and real estate crisis of, I believe, 2008. In turn, it's more important than ever, or actually, I believe it was 2007. Yeah, I believe 2007, 2008. Yeah. In turn, it's more important than ever to build strong customer relationships based on enduring value, meaning it doesn't quickly end. It lasts a long time. It's enduring. Okay? So, that. Now let's speak more specifically about what marketing is. So the natural question is, what is marketing? Marketing, more than any other business function, deals with customers. Although we will soon explore a more detailed definition of marketing, perhaps the simplest definition of this one is marketing is managing profitable customer relationships. Why? If it's not going to make money and it's not lucrative, meaning it's profitable, there's no point in doing it. Okay? Very simple. The twofold goal of marketing is to attract new customers by promising superior value. Okay, that's the first part. Second is to do what? Keep and grow current customers by delivering satisfaction. Okay, do you understand? Now, we can use the example of Walmart here. Now, I'm not going to just verbatim read this because you can do this too. Let's take the example of Walmart. As you know, it's become the world's largest retailer. and the world's largest company by delivering on its promise: save money and live better. You take another brand, so that's for large big box retail. Nintendo surged ahead of the video games market with the pledge Wii, that's like Nintendo Wii, that's WII, not WE. We would like to play. See, it's a play on words because it's a homonym. It's similar. It's a word that sounds the same but with a different meaning. Okay, backed by its wildly popular Wii console and growing list of popular games and accessories for all ages. So they all have slogans. These are phrases. These are like as what they used to call catchphrases for people to remember the company. Remember even the brand of the company. So each product basically have or service should have its own brand. But past that, the main thing is name recognition. Okay? And McDonald's fulfill "I'm loving it" is a motto by being, quote, our customers' favorite place to and way to eat. In the world over, giving the market share greater than that of its nearest three competitors combined. And so think about that for a second. They had a slogan. Walmart, right? Nintendo. See that? Nintendo and McDonald's. They're in different industries. They are not competitors. Just because they both sell something, a product, doesn't mean they're competitors. They have to be, if they're not even in the same market. So, I mean, even if you're in the same, you have to be in the same niche for you to be competitive. So even if you're right, if they're not even in the same market, they're not going to be competitors. Okay. All right. Now, sound marketing is critical to the success of every organization. Large for-profit firms such as Procter and Gamble, Google, Target, Toyota, and Marriott use marketing. All right. Now, are they competitors? Think for a moment. Well, the way to answer the question, or to come up with the answer, would be: are they in the same industry? No. How do you know? Do they make the same kind of product? Now, or service. Marriott makes a service. Their hotel is the product technically. No, they're not in the same. Okay? So they are not competitors. But so do not for profit organizations such as colleges, hospitals, museums, symphony orchestras, or even churches. You also notice that those are not in this competitors. Those are not in the same industry or market. They also, what I was saying earlier, even if you're in the same segment, so let's say you're both in the same market, in the same segment, right, those are major divisions within a market. It's basically a category of the industry. Okay, so let's say, for example, if I said computers, hardware, software, right? What kind of hardware? Are we making the same product? Right? For example, Microsoft and Lenovo. Those are not competitors. Why? They're in different segments. Lenovo makes laptops. The hardware. Laptops would be the niche. What kind of hardware? That's the niche. A specific kind in a segment is a niche. Microsoft makes software. That's different. your niche. They're not competitors. Now, marketing comes to you in the good old traditional firms. You see it in the abundance of products at your nearby shipping mall, shipping to the malls, shopping malls, and ads that fill your screen up. Um, screen. Yes, it does fill up the screen. And spice up magazines, stuff your mailbox. Okay, so that's your direct marketing, which we'll talk about another time, otherwise known as direct mail marketing. In recent years, marketing has assembled a host of new marketing approaches, everything from imaginative websites and online social networks to your cell phone. Right? Notice I had just put this main idea here. These new approaches do more than just blast out messages to the masses. They enrich your experiences with their brands to help you live their brands. Why? Because they're selling an experience. It's just like if two companies build a bar of soap or liquid soap. Well, you could say soap is soap, but it depends on the experience you have with the soap. Maybe there are slight differences in the soap and in the marketing and in the sales experience and also the customer service. There are differences. It's not the same, okay? So, they want you to experience the value of their brand, meaning what do they bring or what value does this product bring to the customer's life. Also, at home, at school, where you work, and where you play, you see marketing in almost everything you do. Yet, there is much more to marketing than meets consumers' casual eye. Behind it all is a massive network of people and activities competing for your attention and purchases. So that kind of tells you part of the purpose of marketing. First step, they gotta get your attention and keep it. Just like if you play a movie on TV, right, or a program on TV. If it can't keep their attention, are they gonna get ratings? No. You gotta get their attention and keep it. Okay, now, this book will give you a complete introduction to basic concepts and practices of today's marketing. In this chapter, we begin by defining marketing and the marketing process. Marketing and the marketing process. Okay. Now, let's talk more specifically about the marketing, about what marketing is in terms of its definition. Well, what is marketing? Good question. Many people think marketing is only selling and advertising. We are bombarded every day with TV commercials, catalogs, sales calls, and email pitches. However, selling and advertising are only a tip of the marketing iceberg, only part of it. Now, let's make the distinction between marketing and sales. Marketing, its purpose, as the book will go on in more greater depth, the purpose is to show the value of the product or service. Think of it as an introduction. Sales is you've already been introduced to the product, but they want you to buy. So, more simply, marketing is the strategy, sales is the tactic. Do you understand? Marketing is the introduction, sales is the close. Okay? Today, marketing must be understood not in the old sense of a sale, like I was saying, but telling and selling, unquote, but the new sense of satisfying customer needs. First, of course, we need to identify the need. We need to satisfy. Just like I told you, supply, demand. Okay, you have supply and demand, yes. But then we need to fulfill the demand. What is that? That's satisfying customer needs. What is the customer? What are the customer needs? Well, if the market understands consumer needs, develops products and provides superior customer value and prices, distributes and promotes them effectively, these products will sell easily. Excuse me, say only in part. So there's a whole bunch of steps to do. It's not just one thing like, oh, here it is, now buy. It's never that easy. Now there is a step-by-step process, and if you have your right strategy and marketing mix, which we'll talk about later on, it will be effective. In fact, according to the management guru Peter Drucker, quote, the aim of marketing is to make selling unnecessary. Why? Because it sells itself. Does McDonald's need to sell? Does McDonald's need to convince you to go? We have name brand recognition. Let's go think about it for a second. Let's look at a list of things. Nike. Does Nike need to sell? Does Microsoft need to sell? Does IBM, or at least in the past, when they made computers, do they need to sell? They don't do it anymore. They sell solutions. What is the point here? Once the value is communicated to the customer, the product sells itself. Meaning they don't need to sell you one-on-one. Right? They don't need to give a sales presentation to sell you something because it already is a famous brand that has brand recognition. You understand? Alright. In fact, according to management... Okay, excuse me. So the aim of marketing is to make selling unnecessary. That's a big point. Selling and advertising are only part of a larger marketing mix. Okay. It's a set of marketing, so the marketing mix is a set of marketing tools that works together to satisfy customer needs to build customer relationships. Again, we have steps. We need to satisfy the customer need, the sale, right? And then customer relationships have to be attended to keep getting business from that same customer. Do you understand? Now, broadly define marketing as a social and managerial process by which individuals and organizations obtain what they need and want through creating and exchanging value with others. Okay, now let's break that down just a little bit. Okay, you have a social process, one-to-one, and then which is external. And then we have an internal process of managing it. Okay. Now, it can be done by two entities. One is the individual, meaning the one person, or an organization, as in a company. Okay. Now they're first creating the value internally by creating the product or service, communicating the value to the customer, which is internal to external, and then it could be external to external, which means word of mouth. Or it can, and then at the end, it's external to internal, which means the money, the transaction that's done between customer and company, or person to person. So basically, that's basically business to consumer, or consumer to consumer. Okay? Otherwise known as B2B, B2C, or C2C. Why? Individual is often considered in the business sense as a consumer. Consumer is used as a more technical term, referred to in the more precise term in a plural sense. Just as a business is more precisely referred to in a plural form in the business sense as well. Now, in a narrower business context, marketing involves building profitable value, laden exchange relationships with customers. Okay, laden means it has lots in it, or it's integrated. Here we define marketing as the process by which companies create value for customers and build strong customer relationships in order to capture value from customers in return. Now remember something, we have some keywords from the chapter, okay? Marketing, the process by which companies create value for customers and build strong customer relationships in order to capture value for companies in return. Okay, remember that, it's a key concept. Now let's talk about the marketing process. Okay? Now, as you can see below in figure 1.1, we have a simple model of the marketing process. It's a 5-step process. First, we need to understand the marketplace and customer needs and wants. Right? What does a customer want? Second of all, design a customer-driven marketing strategy. We need a strategy that's based upon the customer of him or herself. Now, construct an integrated marketing program that delivers superior value. Translation: why should I buy your product over your competitor? Step 4: build profitable relationships and create customer delights. Now, customer relationships, they come back and buy, and they see you as the one they buy from. Delight means they're satisfied and they're happy. Like if I say, for example, I'm delighted, it means I'm very happy. If you have a customer who's happy and satisfied, they have delight, as in the noun, or they are delighted, which is the verb. Now, in the goal with all 4 of those steps, notice it says create value for customers and build customer relationships. Okay. Create value, build customer relationships. The last step is capture value from customers in return. Why? You're doing all these steps to show value, right? But in the end, the customer needs to make a profit. It needs to be revenue generated, making money. Okay? That is the purpose of a company or a business enterprise. Now, in the end, they need to capture value from customers to create profits and customer equity. Equity means value created or profit created. You understand? Alright, now let's talk about the needs. Notice on the left we have these parts. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to have these notes for people who join my channel. Okay? What I'm going to have the person do is when they join the channel, I want them to put a screenshot that you joined in YouTube. What I'm going to do is, or Rumble if you're on Rumble or whatever you're on, and I'll give you the notes. Okay? Now, notice we have some key terms before I talk about them. We have needs. Okay. It's when you think that you don't have something that you want. Wants. I mean, this is very basic stuff, but I'm just going to mention. Okay, this is a human need that they are shaped by culture and individual personality. What do you like? Wants. This is what you think that's necessary for you. Sorry. Needs is something that you feel that you don't have, that you want to have. Now, a want is something that you have an interest in to receive. Demands. Human wants that are backed by buying power. So it's similar to wants. Now, wants and needs is different. Needs, for example, this is essential things for your life to live. Wants just I have an interest in it, and then okay, I would like to buy it. Demands. This is what I want to buy. People want to buy this product. The end goal is demand. Okay. Now, at first step, marketers need to understand customer needs and wants in the marketplace. You have some products that are more want and more needs than wants. You have essential products and services; those are more needs. Wants is something like a luxury. That's the difference. Okay, in which they operate. First, there's 5 core customer marketplace concepts. Okay, first one is needs, wants, demands, which we just talked about here. Market offerings, which is products, services, and experiences. It could be a one-off thing, such as you go to the park, you go to like a theme park, go on a guided tour, those types of things. Value and satisfaction, this is what we're trying to get at the end. Exchanges and relationships, such as exchange is another word for a transaction. I mean, I give you something and I get something in return. Relationship means repeat business. Excuse me. And then finally, we have markets. Where is all, in what context is all of this happening? Not where, but in what context? What industry? Meaning, what are we producing? Is it a product or a service? What kind of product or what general, not what's specific, but what general product or service? Now, the most basic concept, including marketing, that of human needs. Human needs are a state of felt deprivation, meaning you don't have. They include basic physical needs for food, clothing, right? So these are your needs, basic physical needs, food, clothing, warmth, and safety. Social needs for belonging and affection, and individual needs for knowledge and self-expression. Okay, this is a more detailed explanation. Marketers do not create these needs. They are a basic part of human makeup. So those are needs. That's at the top. Those are what we would call something from a never-ending business where people always need to buy things, no matter what. Always need food. You always need shelter. You know what I mean. In medicine too, you always need that. Not for everybody at the same time, but it's an industry that people will always need. Those are needs. Now, wants, in contrast, are the form of human needs that are shaped by culture and individual personality. What is popular, what is likable, those are wants. An American needs food but wants a Big Mac. And more specifically, needs is the more general, wants is more specific. From all the food, what do you want from the food? All right. Big Mac, French fries, soft drink. Okay, this is very stereotypical. In reality, there's other things too. There's hot dogs, there's salads, there's different types of things with meat. It's just a very simple example. Okay, for example, and if you compare it, contrast it with another person. A person of Papua New Guinea needs food, wants taro, rice, yams, and pork. It's a different want. Can't market the same way if they have different wants. Do you understand? Wants are shaped by one society and described in terms of objects that will satisfy their needs. Needs based upon culture. What are the habits of a group? or the attitudes and behaviors of the group. When backed by buying power, wants become demands. Well, you can demand something, but you have to have a way of getting it. Okay? Given their wants and resources, which is, for example, money, people demand products with benefits that add up to the most value and satisfaction. Okay, here we go. People demand products and benefits that will add up to the most value and satisfaction. In other words, what gives me the most and what makes me the happiest? Sometimes getting less of something but higher quality gives you more satisfaction. You understand? Sometimes paying more for something but it's higher quality or more tailored to your needs, just like if you bought a suit at a tailor shop versus at a retail store, it's two different things. The tailor shop is going to be very specifically fitted for you. Okay? Now, outstanding marketing companies go to lengths to learn about and understand customer needs, wants, and demands. Okay? Now, how you wonder how would you do that? They conduct consumer research and analyze mountains of consumer data. There's multiple ways of doing that. One simple way is a survey. So that's one way. Other ways is sort of like there's variations of a survey. There's focus groups and surveys, etc. There are people at all levels, including top management, stay close to customers. For example, retailer Cabela's vice chairman James W. Cabela spends hours each morning reading through customer comments. See, this is another type of marketing data information and hand delivering them to each department, circling important customer issues. Okay, circling customer issues. Right? For different aspects. One could be marketing, one could be for sales, one could be for customer service, or another one could be for operations. We also before talked about Zappos. Now, the Zappos CEO, Tom Hsieh, uses Twitter to build more personal connections in customers and employees. Now, nowadays, Twitter's not as popular as it used to be, but at that time, it was fairly new. People like the new trends, so that's what they go with. You need that open line of communication between you and the customers. Some 1.6 million people follow Hsieh's Twitter feed, and at P&G, so by the way, P&G stands for Procter & Gamble, they make hygiene products. Executives from their chief executive officer down spend time with consumers in their homes and on shopping trips. Okay, executive officers. P&G brand managers routinely spend a week or two living on the budget of a low-end consumers to gain insights on what they can do to improve customer lives. That's a very clever thing and very insightful. Wow. If you want to understand a product, you need to understand it from the customer's point of view because it is customer driven, it is customer oriented, and it's from the point of view of the customer. You understand? That is what you do. Here's the analogy. It's like playing chess and only seeing half the board. Right? You see your pieces, but you don't see your opponent's pieces. And then you ask yourself, well, gee, where should I be moving my pieces? Well, you need to see your opponent's pieces. You need to see the other half of the information to know where to move your pieces. You know how they move, you know where they like to move, but you don't know where they should move because you don't know the other half of the board. That's the point. Now let's talk about marketing offerings, products, and services. Now, as a definition, marketing offerings is some combination of products, services, and information or experiences offered to a market to satisfy a need or want. Translation is what they're selling. Is it a product or a service? Okay, what is the market selling? Very simple. What are you selling? Am I selling a product or service? Okay, I'm selling a product. What is the product? I'm selling a service. What is the service? Do you understand? Now, consumer needs and wants are fulfilled through market offerings. Some combination of product service some of them are combinations of products and services. Okay. Now, information or experiences offered to the market to satisfy a need or a want. An example: a hotel. You need a place to stay, but you want premium products. Okay, what's the product that they're offering? The service is a place to stay. The product is food that they sell, products that they sell. They usually have premium quality. You understand? Market offerings are not limited to physical products, as mentioned before. Okay? They include services such as activities or benefits offered that are essentially intangible, meaning you can't hold it in your hand. If you can hold it in your hand, it's a concrete thing. And I don't mean that literally when I mean concrete. I don't mean what's on the ground. Okay? I mean, it's not something you can hold in your hand. And does not result in the ownership of anything. Okay, for example, if you get a discount on something, or you get something for free, that's a benefit. If you can have more exclusive access, to something, that's a benefit. Just like if I say, does it benefit me? Is it something good for me? From whose point of view? Customer's point of view. When you're looking at this, you need to always look from customer's point of view, not your point of view. Your point of view is the profit, or the money you make after the fact. Excuse me. A little bit of a dry throat here. Now, more broadly, marketing offerings also include other entities such as persons, places, organizations, information, and ideas. Because why? Who are we selling to? And how are we selling? Okay. For example, Pure Michigan campaign markets the state of Michigan as a tourism destination that, quote, lets unspilled nature and authentic character revive your spirits. Okay. The hiking in the woods, basically, it's like a guided tour on I don't know, like a trail or something. That's a physical thing, but it's also you're selling the experience, not the tree. Like you're not buying the tree, so it's not really a product. It's more of a service that you experience. Now, products also are physical. Products that are physical things, of course, they are physical things. Ultimately, they also need to provide an experience. It's not just having something, but it's the experience that you get when you have it. Just like the service. It's not just you have a service, but what is the experience? What's the quality of the experience that you have? You understand? Now, let's talk about marketing myopia. It is the mistake of paying more attention to the specific products that a company offers than the benefits and experiences produced by the products. Just like this. It's just like if you write a resume and you say, well, I have this, I have this, I have this. And I'm like, okay, it's good that you have this, this, and this, but how does that benefit me as the company? What is the value to us? Okay? from a customer's point of view, it's all about the experience, being what is the value to the customer. So, going into it here, many sellers make the mistake of paying more attention to the specific products of they offer than the benefits and experiences produced by the products. Right? That has to do with name brand recognition. That has to do with quality. That has to do with enduring relationships, etc. Now, these sellers suffer from marketing myopia. They are taking They are taken from the products that they focus only on existing wants and lose sight of underlying customer needs. Remember, we're doing this to serve the customer. We need to provide value to the customer before the company gets value. Do you understand? They forget that a product is only a tool to solve a customer problem. Remember this, a product is only a tool to solve a customer problem. A manufacturer of a quarter-inch drill bits may think that the customer needs is a drill bit. That's half true. Yes, that's true. But they don't want just any drill bit. They want the one that meets their needs the most. Number one. And number two, the one that's going to give them the best experience. You understand? Manufacturer, but what the customer really needs is a quarter-inch hole. So, you're getting this product for a purpose. Okay, so the orientation of the marketing and the sales pitch should be what they get as a result. Just like a book. You sell a book. Fine, it's a book. But what is the point of what is the value of the book? What value does the book offer? That's the point. Okay? Some marketers look beyond the attributes of products and services they sell. By orchestrating several services and products they create, okay? Several services and products they create, brand experiences for the consumers. So this is more of an ongoing experience. Just like this, you buy something the first time, right? You see the quality of it and the experience that you get as a result. If the experience is good, then you probably will have an ongoing relationship with the company. Otherwise known as the brand experience. That brand is associated with this experience. For example, you don't just watch a NASCAR race, you imagine yourself an exhilarating high-octane NASCAR experience. Similarly, HP recognizes that a personal computer is much more than a collection of wires and electrical components. It is intensely personal user experience, known as the HP app. That's another tool that you use for a purpose. You have to focus on the purpose and the value. Okay? The purpose of the computer is to meet the needs of the customer. I need to type up things. I need to search the internet. I need to, play video games, create pictures, videos, stuff like that. Okay? Purpose. Now, what's the experience? How did it go? Was the computer slow? Did it crash? Did the computer break down? Do I have enough for it? Did I get the right computer? Okay. And of course, you have customer service as well, etc. Now, there's hardly anything you own that is more personal. The personal computer is a backup brain. It's your life. It's your astonishing strategy, staggering proposal, dazzling calculation. There's all applications and experiences of using the computer. That's what customers remember is the experience that's created. It's your autobiography written in 1,000 daily words. Right. We have productivity purposes, we have entertainment purposes, and we have maybe more technical purposes. Right? Depends on the purpose of using the computer. Alright, pretty straightforward, right? I mean, it's if you think about it logically, you'll understand that you're buying the computer for a purpose. You want to make sure it fits your needs. And in the end, you'll remember the experience of having a computer. Now, let's talk about customer value and satisfaction. Customers usually face a grand array of products and services that might satisfy a given need. How do they choose among the many product offerings? That's a great question. What does that mean? That means there's competition. And how do they choose which one they're going to buy? Customer form expectations about the value and satisfaction that various market offerings will deliver and buy accordingly. Satisfied customers buy again and tell others about what? Their good experiences. What's the keyword? Experiences. What's the keyword? Satisfied. The word the textbook uses is delight. Delight is the noun form. That's satisfaction. Satisfied is past tense of the word to satisfy, or to make happy with something, meaning it meets the standard and you're happy about it. You have to remember that a lot of this is emotional. It's how you feel about it. That's not necessarily a bad thing. There are some things, if it's more scientific and mathematical, that won't fit the need, but there are objective criteria in many cases. Marketers must be careful to set the right level of expectations. If they set expectations that are too low, they may satisfy those who buy but fail to attract enough buyers. Why? It's not good enough quality. Maybe the person buying in that demographics, which we'll talk about demographics in the later lessons, it's the people who want cheap, they don't care about quality just enough. So we need quantity. We need selling quantity. How do we sell in quantity? By meeting the customer's expectations. And then once that happens, we're able to sell to people who expect higher quality. If they set expectations too high, the buyers will be disappointed. Okay? Customer value and customer satisfaction are key building blocks for developing and maintaining customer relationships. Long term, this is the goal: developing and maintaining customer relationships. Okay? Now, let's talk about relationships, the exchanges. Now, an exchange is an act of obtaining a desired object from someone by offering something in return. Otherwise known as a transaction. I give you something, and you give me something. Okay? I'm gonna get some water here. Now, marketing occurs when people decide to satisfy needs and wants through exchange relationships. We need to know what we're going to sell. We need to know how to market it and who to market it to according to the criteria of the market research. And as we said before, exchange is the act of obtaining a desired object from someone by offering something in return. In the broadest sense, the marketer tries to bring about a response to some market offer. The response may be more than simply buying or trading products and services. A political candidate, for example, I want to use this example, wants votes, a church wants memberships, an orchestra wants audience, and a social action group wants acceptance. The wants of the organization is the value created for them. And a company, of course, wants revenue. Marketing consists of actions taken to build and maintain desirable exchange relationships with target audiences involving a product, service, idea, or other object. Now, you notice how they said target audience. Let's talk about that for a moment. The target audience is who are you marketing to, Or who do you want to buy your products? And or who is most likely to buy your products? If you're selling something expensive, you need to market to a person who has this disposable income. Just like, for example, I'm marketing a Ferrari. Am I going to market a Ferrari to a person who doesn't have the income to buy a Ferrari? No. Understand? That's the idea. So this is where demographics comes in play, because we need to know the type of customers who will buy your product and can buy your products and are likely to buy your products. Now, beyond simply attracting new customers and creating transactions, companies want to retain customers and grow their business. Why? We need repeat business, meaning we need business coming from the same customers. So, first of all, we need to attract new customers. We need to create transactions. We attract the customers through marketing. We created a transaction through a sale. And they want to retain, means keep customers and grow their business. How do keep customers? I repeat business, meaning the same customer does business with you multiple times. Marketers want to build strong relationships by consistently delivering superior customer value. Now remember something, this is from the point of view of the customer. They need to see that your product is better than the competition. Okay, now let's talk about markets. Remember something, markets is a set of all actual and potential buyers of a product or service. The way I describe it is as an industry. As a market is subdivided into segments and niches. The concept of exchange and relationships lead to the concept of a market. A market is the set of actual and potential buyers of a product or service. So it's the whole set of customers of that demographic in that industry. You could more simply just say it's in a specific industry you sell our products or services, or you could say it the other way around, both are valid. Marketing means managing markets to bring about profitable customer relationships. This has been hammered so many times, but this is so fundamental to what we're doing. However, creating these relationships takes work. Sellers must search for buyers, identify their needs, design good marketing offerings, and set prices for them. Then you need to promote them and store and deliver them. So if it's a product, it needs to be stored. That refers to warehousing, whether or not you're a wholesaler, distributor, or even retailer. Okay? A wholesaler, they buy in very large quantities, like in thousands to the millions. Retailer has a large inventory as well. So in the case of a wholesaler is business to business, meaning I'm a business, I buy another business to resell. If I'm a distributor, I'm a business that sells to other businesses, so that way they can sell to consumers. And retail is a business that sells directly to consumers. Now, activities such as consumer research, product development, communication, distribution, pricing, and service are core marketing activities. We need to know who is going to be buying the products and how we're going to present the value to the person buying the products. Understand? Although we normally think of marketing as being carried out by sellers, buyers, and also by marketing, consumers market when they do search for products and interact with companies to obtain information and make the purchases. Consumers market when they search for products, interact with companies, and obtain information and make purchases. This is the process in which customers make a decision about buying. Let's look at figure 1.2. This is called a modern marketing system. First, we start off with suppliers. Okay, a lot of this stuff is the intersection of supply chain management and marketing. This is where they kind of intersects between the two. Supply chain is the movement and the strategy and management of the movement of products. Okay, now the physical movement. Now, we start with supplier. Who has the product? Either raw or finished products. Then we go with a company. When suppliers go to a company will use marketing intermediaries, maybe an agency that specializes in doing that. And finally, this will go to the consumer. Take the service that's created, and the company will use it to market to the consumers. Then the consumer will go on. Then what you want to see is intermediaries, the competitors. You have your company and your competitors also doing the competitors also doing the same thing as your company. Now, each party in this system adds value to the next level. Why? It needs to get something from the previous level. It's like an ecosystem, right? One eats the next, eats the next, eats the next. Okay. Now, as you notice, each level represents a relationship that must be developed and managed. So relationships must be developed and managed. Thus, a company's success at building profitable relationships depends on not on its actions, but also how well its entire system serves the needs of its consumers. Okay. You always have to look at the end product. Just like you do something and you have a goal to be at the end. Like you don't. It's just like you go into a building, right? And you need to go to the fourth floor. You don't. If you let's say you're walking up the stairs, you don't just go from the first floor all the way to the fourth floor by walking. Even an elevator, even an escalator does things in steps. Thus, a company's success at building profitable relationship depends only on its own actions, but also on how well the entire system serves the needs of the final consumers. So this is the purpose, how well the entire system serves the needs of its final consumers. For example, Walmart cannot fulfill its promise of low prices unless the suppliers provide merchandise at low costs. They are not the supplier, they are the reseller. Big difference. Okay. Let me put this in perspective. For you to sell something, you have to get the inventory. So unless you're the one who originally had the inventory, as in the raw materials, right? Even then, actually, the originator technically is the one with the raw materials, but you want to get real technical. But the supplier is the one who's providing all the products or services to wherever, okay? So, this is what can happen, okay? Is you can hire, there's something called outsourcing or contracting, okay? When it comes to services or for example, to producing a product. What happens is you have a customer and you have a company, this relationship, okay? Person buying and person selling. Now, suppose this person doesn't have the expertise or can't do it for cheap enough to get the most profit. What happens is he hires another person from outside of the company, or they encourage employees to come in to work for the company to do the actual service for the customer. All right, so one that's internal, from external to internal, and one from internal to external. What they do is, when you go from the company to the contracted out person or other company, is that they will do the service for them, and then the service is rendered to the customer in that way, as part of the buyers and sellers agreement. You understand? As far as now we're talking about sourcing, which is how they get the products. That's from the supplier. You understand? And Ford cannot deliver a high quality car ownership experience unless the dealers provide outstanding sales and service. Why? They're selling a car, but there's lots of competition. What makes Ford different than Pontiac or Chevy? Or do you understand? There's competition. What you need to differentiate yourself in the market, and especially in your niche. Now remember, that market is the car market, right? But the segment is, for example, you have like trucks, SUVs, compact cars, right? Segments. In the truck, there's different types of trucks you can use. One could be electric vehicle, one could be hydrogen, one could be, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times people confuse the segment with the niche, okay? Especially when there's more alternatives to power a car, that alone makes its own niche. And within the niche is where you have to worry about your competition. Just like this. Has a smaller company compete with a bigger company? How does it happen? Because the smaller company will be in a different niche than the bigger company. And it has a different specialty that the bigger company can't compete with. Because that's not what it does. And that's not what it's good at. You understand? Okay. Now, making that difference of service makes a difference in its competitive, having what's called a competitive advantage. Okay, this is something really marketing. A lot of times intersects uh, with business strategy, okay, and also with supply chain management. Now let's talk about designing a customer-driven marketing strategy. Remember that marketing management is the art of science of choosing target markets and building profitable relationships with them. So this would be an internal thing. We need to manage who are we marketing to and building that profitable relationships. Once it is fully understood, or once it fully understands consumers and the marketplace, marketing management can design a customer-driven marketing strategy, which is called the marketing, which is as they define as marketing management, as the art and science of choosing target markets, building profitable relationships with them. The reason why they say it's art is because it can be done multiple ways. It has to be systematic, so it is a science in a way. It's also an art because there's different ways of doing it. Now, the marketing manager's aim is to find, attract, keep, and grow customers by creating advertising and communicating superior customer value. We need to find a way, after we've decided who we're going to market to, that's our target market, and we need to decide how are we going to communicate our value of our product or service to the customers. Okay. Now, to design a winning marketing strategy, the marketing manager must answer two important questions. All right. First of all, what customers will we serve, or what's our target market? As I said before. how can we serve the customers best? Translation, what are our value proposition? What do we bring to the customer that's of value? That's called the value proposition. Now, let's talk about selecting the customers to serve. The company must first decide whom it will serve. It does this by deciding the market into segments of customers. Remember I told you about segments? This is called market segmentation. These are major areas of the market in the industry. And selecting which segments it will go after as target market. Okay. Now the niche is where you are operating in relation to your competitors. Specifically, where will you operate in the market? Some people think of marketing management as finding as many customers as possible and increasing demand. But marketing managers know that they cannot serve all customers in every way. Why? Because your product is not, or service is not appropriate for everybody. That's a waste of time. Because for every customer that you market to is a potential sales presentation. You need to conserve and be your time and energy for the people who are likely to buy. Not everybody. For example, not everybody buys a Ferrari. Not everybody buys an expensive house or anything expensive. You need to know who your demographics are, who are your potential buyers. By trying to serve all customers that may not serve any of those customers well. Why? Because they're serving the wrong people. They're not likely to buy. The company wants to select only the customers that can serve well and profitably. Okay? You need to be the customers who are likely to buy your product and the customers who are willing to who are interested in the product and who are able to pay for the product. For example, Nordstrom profitably targets fluent professionals, okay? High spending customers. Dollar General profitably targets families with more modest means. They have less money to spend. Okay? These are different types of groups of people or different demographics. Ultimately, marketing managers must decide which customers they want to target on level, timing, and the nature of their demand. Simply put, marketing management is customer management and demand management. Who wants your products or services? Now, we want to choose our value proposition. This is the expression of what has value to the customer. The company must also decide on how well it will serve targeted customers or how well it will differentiate and position itself in the marketplace. Right? A brand's value proposition is a set of benefits or values it promises to deliver to consumers to satisfy their needs. Now remember that. At AT&T, it's your world deliver, whereas T-Mobile is family and friends stick together. The diminutive smart car suggests that you should open your mind to the car that challenges your status quo, whereas in Infinity, make luxury affordable. BMW promises the ultimate driving machine. Depending on what you're offering and the value that you're offering, that will influence who you're marketing to, who you're selling to, and how you communicate your message. Such value propositions differentiate one brand from another. They answer one customer question. Why should I buy your brand rather than the competitors? Okay, that's the question you need to ask yourself first. How do you do it? By looking at your value proposition. If you don't know and you can't communicate the value of the product, then you can't sell the product. You understand? Companies must design strong value propositions that give them the greatest advantage in their target markets. Keywords: greatest advantage in its target markets. For example, smart cars positioned as compact. Positioning is how and where it is in the market. Okay? Is it positioned as a small car, big car, expensive car? What kind of car? For example, the smart car's position is compact yet comfortable, agile yet economically and safe and ecological. Its sheer automotive genius is totally fun, efficient package, and smart thinking. Indeed. The positioning has to do with the communicated value proposition. Do you understand? This is what you want the customer to understand about the value of the product. Okay? That's simple enough, right? Alright, let's talk about marketing management orientations. Marketing management wants to design strategies that will build profitable relationships with target customers. Okay, we've been saying that a lot. But what philosophy that will guide those marketing strategies? What weight will be given in the interest of customers and organizations and society? Very often the interests conflict. There are 5 alternative concepts which organizations design and carry their marketing strategies. Okay, so 5 alternative concepts under the organization designed to carry out their marketing concepts. First one is the production. This is the process in which you produce the product. The product itself, selling, marketing, and social marketing concepts. This is a way to do what's called mass media or communicate one to many to communicate the value proposition. Right? Let's talk about the production concept. Remember that the idea that consumers favor products that are available and highly affordable, and that the organization should therefore focus on improving production and distribution efficiency. So we're going to want to produce as many in the same period of time. And obviously it needs to be quality. Now the product concept holds that consumers will favor products that are available and are highly affordable. Okay? It's just like this. Buy something, it needs to be quality and it needs to be for the right price. Therefore, management should focus on improving production and distribution efficiency. What should they improve? Production and distribution efficiency. The concept is one of the oldest orientation that guides sellers. The guides sellers. Okay. The production concept of skill is a useful philosophy in some situations. For example, computer maker Lenovo dominates highly competitive, price-sensitive Chinese PC market through low labor costs. Okay. That's the production costs. Market through low labor costs. And high production efficiency and mass distribution. We need high production and mass distribution. Distribution is sending and selling the product to our retailers. For them, because we want to get the product out, and we're not interested in selling it directly to the consumer usually. we usually are doing is because we have so much inventory to sell, we're selling to the retailer or authorized reseller, basically. However, all companies adapting their orientation runs a major risk of focusing too narrowly on their own operations and losing sight of the real objective, which is satisfying customer needs and building customer relationships. We need to have these things balanced out. We can't make the product so high quality that it's too expensive and it takes too long. Every part has to be good. Just like if you have, let's say, an apple, right? The outer part has to look good, can't be damaged, and it has to taste good, right? Same kind of thing. All criteria has to be satisfied. Now, the product concept is the idea that consumers will favor products that offer the most quality, performance, and features that the organization should therefore devote to its energy to making a continuous product improvements. Meaning, the product has to be high quality, and you have to have, and the quality of the product has to improve for each release. So let's say the first version of the product has to be high quality, yes, but the second version has to be better than the first. Why? Well, if you can only sell so many of the first, right? And then when you offer the second one, first of all, the experience of it being high quality has to be good. But because of the fact that they've already saturated the market with selling all that you can sell of the first version of the product, the second version of the product has to be better because you're going to charge more for it. Okay? Because of course the first one now is the old one, and therefore the price has to be lower. But to make the second one higher, it has to be better than the first one, right? Pretty simple, right? The banana is no longer good, right? It's too ripe. You want the new one. Well, is the new one going to be tasty too? Yes? Okay. Then they'll buy it, right? Right. So, product quality and improvement are important parts of marketing strategies. However, focusing on the company's products can also lead to marketing myopia. So you have the marketing problem and you have the product problem. It needs to be balanced out. For example, some manufacturers believe that they can build a better mousetrap. The world will be best for the path to their doors. They're often really shocked. Buyers are not looking for a better solution to a mouse problem, but necessarily for a better mousetrap. But not necessarily for a better mousetrap. A better solution might be a chemical spray or home exterminating service, or a house cat, or something that works better than the mousetrap. See which one works better. That's the better quality. That's the better value for the customer. Furthermore, a better mousetrap will not tell unless the manufacturer designs, packages, and prices it attractively, places it in convenient distribution, meaning a place where people can buy it. Because you're selling to a retailer, but the retailer has to be in a place where people will buy. You have to have the supplier manufacturer relationship with the distributor. And the distributor needs to understand where they're going to sell their items. Otherwise, why would they buy from the supplier and manufacturer? Okay? And brings the attention of people who need it and convinces buyer that it's a better product. Okay? So it depends on from whose point of view. From the manufacturer and supplier, they need to have a way to sell out their inventory, but then at the same time make sure that the person who they're selling to is a person who's able to buy these products and resell them as well. If he can't sell out the inventory, then he can't more quickly buy new inventory from the supplier. Now, the selling concept is the idea that consumers will not buy enough of the firm's products unless it undertakes a large-scale selling and promotion effort. When we do promotion, we need to show the value of something and why they should buy it. Such aggressive selling, however, carries higher risks. Because you see, with the selling concept is typically practiced with on-stock goods that buyers do not generally think of buying, such as insurance or blood donations. I know these are kind of random things. These industries must be good at tracking down prospects and selling them to the product's benefits, selling them on the product's benefits. Okay. So if you have something new, you need to do that. Okay. Now, such aggressive selling, however, carries high risks. It focuses on creating sales transactions rather than building long-term profitable customer relationships. That's a huge mistake because you can get repeat business. If you look at most of your business, you find it's with repeat business, not new business. New business will cost more to produce the sale because you think from beginning to end. Repeat business. Even if you put a little bit more in, that little bit more is going to cost less than having to get a new customer. Okay? Because you already have the customer, it's just a matter of converting it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Converting it to a sale. The aim often is to sell what the company makes rather than making it. Making what the customer wants. So the aim is often to sell what the company makes. Okay. It assumes customers who are coaxed, which means like convinced, into buying the product will like it. Or if they don't like it, they'll possibly forget their disappointments and buy it again later. Well, I know, for example, I know you had a bad experience with XYZ, but we fixed the problem, we apologized, we used the customer service and possibly PR, depending on how widespread this is, and how large scale this is. And they convince them, hey, I understand you had a bad experience before, but you'll have a good experience now. Or even, let's say, in the same market. I understand you had a bad experience with another company, but it's a similar product or service offering, but you'll have a good experience with us. Okay? Now, let's talk about the marketing concept. It's a philosophy that holds the achieving or organization goals depending on knowing the needs of or wants of the target markets and delivering on the desired satisfaction better than the competition does. So translation, who can satisfy the customer more and better? That's the person who wins. That's the marketing concept. Okay? Now, so it's achieving organizational goals depending on knowing the needs or wants of target markets, meaning who you're selling to, and delivering on the desired satisfactions, meaning you're satisfying the demand better than the competition. Because if you are the consumer, who are you going to buy from? That's the perspective you need to have. You need to see it from the customer's point of view. Under the marketing concept, customers focus and value on the past sales and profits. Instead of a product-centered make and sell philosophy, the marketing concept is a customer-centered sense and respond philosophy. Okay? If you satisfy the customers, they're going to buy. You see, it's just like everything else. Your focus should be on quality, not on quantity. Yes, you need to put it out there, but you need to make sure it's quality and it satisfies the needs and wants and demands, and ultimately demands of the customer. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, the job is not to find the right customers for your product line, your product, but to find the right products for your customers. You need to find the right products for your customers. Because after all, who are you building the products for? The customer. That will tell you what the focus should be. In contrast, marketing concept takes an outside-in perspective, meaning from the customer to the company. It's always from the company. It's always from the customer to the company, or otherwise known as the outside-in perspective. Okay. Now, Herb Kelleher, the colorful founder of Southwest Airlines, put it, "We don't have a marketing department, we have a customer department." Understand? The marketing concept starts with a well-defined market, focuses on customer needs, and integrates all the marketing activities that affect customers. What does it do? Focuses on customer needs, integrates all the marketing activities that affect customers. In turn, yields profits by creating lasting relationships with the right customers based on customer value and satisfaction. So, if you produce high quality products or service, you'll get customers, and if their experience is good through customer service, through their experience, you'll have repeat business. That's the ultimate value created for the company. Do you understand? That's at the end, beginning. Right? Just like if you apply for a job, you tell the company, "Well, I want to get paid this much money from this company, and I want you to pay me this, this, and this." That's not your first focus. Your first focus is, this is what I can offer you. Because you need to convince them to buy. They're not going to buy based upon what you want. They're the one who you need to serve. They're the one who's going to buy. You are not going to buy. They're going to buy. Therefore, it's based upon from their point of view. Understand? Okay. Just want to get that straight. Now, implementing the marketing concept often means more simply responding to customers' stated desires and obvious needs. Okay. You need to understand what the demand is based upon the wants and needs. Customer-driven companies research current customers deeply to learn about their desires, gather new product and service ideas, and they want to test product improvements. Okay? So those are the steps. Okay? Such customer-driven marketing usually works well when a clearly need exists. When a clear need exists, and when customers know what they want. So let's look at figure 1.3. This is called the selling and marketing concept contrasting, meaning looking at the differences. The selling concept starting point has a factory, has a focus, which is let's do it one by one. Selling and marketing. So for selling, the starting point is factory. Marketing, it's market. Selling concept, selling focus refers to existing products versus the marketing focus refers to customer needs. Okay. Now, for selling, it means selling and promoting. For the marketing, it refers to integrated, everything inside. Putting inside of it. And for selling, the end point is profits through volume, meaning profits through selling as much as possible or large amounts or quantities. Marketing concept refers to profits through customer satisfaction. So you can see the difference. Now, it's not that selling is bad, and selling is necessary when we're referring to making a presentation. But the first step has to be marketing, Because we have to show the value first. How are you going to sell something if the value is not communicated? It's just like you're trying to convince something of something where they don't know the value of something. Yes. We also need sales too, because we need to make sure that they buy the product. We need to close the deal, okay? But you can see the differences between the two of the points. Okay, you need both aspects. Okay, just like this. You need a heart and you need lungs, right? Heart and lungs is one department. And then you need the other areas to process stuff, right? Just like in the human body, okay? Of course, you need other things like the skin, the veins, the arteries, right? The cells and everything else too. You can't have just only one of them. You need both, but you need to understand the focus for marketing and not confuse it with selling. Okay, now, in many cases, however, customers don't know what they want or even what is possible. It's just like if a customer showed, it's just like this. I remember one time I worked for a what they call big box retailer. And a customer comes in and says, I want to buy a computer. What the focus should be is showing that you're glad that they're there. That's the customer service. That, well, thank you for coming here, sir or ma'am. I'm glad that you're interested in the computer. Let's talk about what needs you have, what you use your computer for, or what you need the computer to do for you. Always simplify the process down to tailor to what the customer wants and needs. How do you do it? You just ask questions. Okay, I understand that you want a computer. What would you like your computer to do? Very simple. What would you like the computer to do? Every product you have has a function, has a purpose. Is the function. The function is to have an end result. The purpose is the function, and the function is the purpose. You understand? So you start off with the purpose. Purpose is to sell something. Why? We sell it based upon its features. And what can this thing do? That's the function. Okay. What is the value at the end? The value is is what you want the computer to do. So get more specific about it. Okay? If they don't know what they need, you need to find out what they need their computer to do. Don't ask them technical jargon. Don't ask them something they don't already know. But gets the point. Okay, do I want big or small? Do I want sweet or salty? Do I want it to be really fast, or do I want a regular computer? Do I use the internet? Do I use applications? Do I see what I'm saying? Get to what they need their computer to do. What should the product deliver for value? You understand? Just the same thing with cell phones, digital cameras. There'll be different lines for that same camera, digital camera, whatever it is. We want to find out what they need, what value and function, the features of the products. This is our customer driving marketing. This is understanding customer need even better than customers themselves and creating products or services that must exist during the latent needs. So first thing we need to understand our product. What are the features and what does it do? We need to understand different options. We have different models. We need to compare and contrast. What's the difference between model A, B, C, D, or whatever? A, B, C, or whatever. You understand? That's what we need to do. Now, all you need to do, you see, it's not complicated. All this sounds very technical, blah, blah, blah. It's as simple as saying, it's as simple as me telling you, look at it from the customer's point of view. If I wanted to buy a computer, but I don't know what computer I should buy, or even that I want to buy, get to know what they use to cook. That's your demographical marketing information. Ask them, what do you want this product to do for you? Do you need high end? Do you need it? Uh, do you need regular stuff? What features? What value do you need? Put it in the perspective of the customers. Once you can think that way and pose the question from their perspective, they will give you the information because they're there for a reason. Get them to tell you the information, but communicate it in a polite way and a pleasant way, so that way they know that you are customizing the solution for them. You understand? That is the point. All right. With that said, let's talk about social marketing concept. Now, this has to do with online communication through social marketing channels. For example, YouTube, Twitter, and other. And now we got Rumble, which is another competitor to like YouTube, Facebook, things like that. Now, remember something: this societal marketing concept. The idea that the company's marketing decisions should consider the consumer's wants. They didn't say needs; they said wants. Companies' requirements, consumers' long-run interests, long-run, right, and society's long-run interests. Consumers' long-run interests and society's long-run interests. So you have that one customer, and then you have the whole group, right? Sometimes that one individual's interest is not the same. A lot of times it's the same, sometimes it's not. That's a matter of a demographic. Okay? Now, consider today's bottled water industry. You may view bottled water companies as offering convenient, tasty, healthy products. Its packaging suggests green images of pristine lakes and snow-capped mountains. Yet, making, filling, and shipping billions of plastic bottles generates huge amounts of carbon dioxide emissions that contribute substantially to global warming, or as they put it. We won't go into the political aspects, but we'll just say, just for example. Further, the plastic bottles pose a substantial recycling solid waste disposal problem. Thus, in satisfying short-term consumer wants, bottled water industry must be environmentally, maybe causing environmental problems that run against society's long-term interests. Depends on society's attitude and interests. UPS makes more short-run sales and profits. The three-pronged corporate sustainability mission stresses economic prosperity, which is profitable growth through a customer focus, and social responsibility, which is community engagement and individual well-being, and environmental stewardship, which is operating efficiency and protecting the environment. Okay? Let's look at that. So this is basically like a solution or a proposed way that a corporation could do it. Whether it involves greening up its operations or urging employees to volunteer time in their communities. UPS proactively seeks opportunities to act responsibly. Okay, that's part of the PR. Remember I told you that you're showing the value. Marketing is about showing value. Okay, so it intersects with many other things, as I told you before, like supply chain management, like business strategy, and also public relations or PR. Now remember something, we have three things. We have society that has the human welfare. We have consumers that want satisfaction. You have a company that wants profit. And all those three, we use the societal marketing concept. Okay? Now, UPS knows that doing what's right benefits both consumers and the company. By operating efficiently and acting responsibly, it can meet the needs of the enterprise while protecting and enhancing human and natural resources that will be needed in the future. Social responsibility isn't just for the planet, says the company, it's good for business. We want repeat business and we want our brand to be protected and grown. If our reputation suffers, then our brand suffers, therefore our sales suffer, and therefore the company suffers as well. Let's talk about preparing an integrated marketing plan and program. This is just a general introduction here. Now, the company's marketing strategy outlines the customers will serve and how well it will create value for the customers. Next, the marketer develops an integrated marketing program that will actually deliver the intended value to customers. The marketing program builds customer relationships by transforming the marketing strategy into action. Kind of like you have a plan and then you have action. It consists on the firm's marketing mix. We'll talk about more about it in further chapters, which is a set of tools that a firm uses to implement its marketing strategy. So we need to understand the process of transforming into value in marketing. Okay. Now, the major marketing tools are classified into four groups called the 4Ps. So it's basically the acronyms: product, price, place, and promotion. Okay. Pretty straightforward, pretty common sense when you think about it. What is the product or service you're selling? What's the price you're selling it at? Where are you selling it at? Online or physical place? And what is the promotion? Okay, what adds value to the product? And how can you sell it? So promotion technically is the sales, it's the value add, it's the marketing and sales. It's the way of showing value and selling the product. Okay? Now, its purpose is to deliver on the value proposition. The firm must create a need satisfying market through products, the offering, which is the product, or could be the service, and must decide how much it will charge for the product offering, okay, for the product or service. Everything is product or service. And how will have the offering available to target consumers, which is the place. Where are you selling it to? How are you making it available? Finally, you must communicate to target's customers. Customers about the offering and persuade them of its merits, which is promotion, showing the value of the product. The firm must blend each of the marketing mix tools into a comprehensive integrated marketing program that communicates and delivers the intended value to chosen customers. Some of this is just a reiteration of what we talked about before. Now we need to focus on building customer relationships. Now, the first three steps of the marketing process, which is understanding the marketplace and customer needs. Okay. First is understanding the marketplace and customer needs. That's step one. Step two, designing a customer-driven marketing strategy. Okay, that's step number two. Step number three, constructing a marketing program. Okay. Remember that all will lead to the fourth, which of course is building profitable customer relationships. That is the value to the company. Building profitable. That's the value to the company. Profitable customer relationships. Understand? Okay. This is the premise of what we're talking about. Now, let's talk about what customer relationship management is. Simply put, it's the overall process of building and maintaining profitable customer relationships by delivering superior customer value and satisfaction, as they're talking about before. Now, as it relates to customer relationship management, it is perhaps the most important concept of modern marketing. Okay? This is the one we want to focus the most on. Do you understand? Because most of business is repeat business, and it's the building up the value of the brand. How can we get more customers if our brand is not valuable? You see, some marketers define it narrowly as customer data management activity, or practice now noticed as CRM, customer relationship management. A lot of times it's done, or actually, as far as I know, I suppose you could do this in a written form, but this is done as a computer program, and they manage all this stuff. Just like accounting, you can have software, etc. So, by this definition, involves managing detailed information about individual customers and carefully managing customer touch points. And having quote touch points is like major points to maximize. What's the purpose? To maximize customer loyalty. We need to have the endpoint in mind before we focus on our steps. Because we first need to think, have vision to say, what do we want to accomplish? That is the right thinking. Okay. Most marketers, however, not give up. They give the concept of customer relationship management a broader meaning. In the broader sense, customer relationship management is the overall purpose of building and maintaining profitable relationships by delivering on a superior customer value and satisfaction. Same thing we've been saying over and over and over. It deals with the aspects of acquiring, keeping, and growing customers. It's a very basic concept in business. How do we make money? We need customers. We need to acquire, which means we need to get the customers. We need to keep our customers. We need that market share. We need to get more customers or growing customers. You understand? Very important concept. Now, let's talk about relationship building blocks, customer value and satisfaction. The key to building lasting customer relationship is to create superior customer value and satisfaction. Satisfied customers are more likely to be loyal customers and give the company a larger share of the business. First, we need to consider the customer value. That is attracting and retaining customers. Although it can be a difficult task. Customers often face a bewildering array of products and services of what to choose. You need to tell them which one to choose and make it very clear. A customer buys from the firm that offers the highest customer perceived value. And when I say perceived, it means how they see things, as in their perception. Just like if you look at a painting, and I look at painting, maybe we see a lot of the same things, but we don't see everything. And maybe we don't associate the same value or feeling to something, because that's a perception. Everything is from the customer's perceived value or customer's perception. The customer's evaluation of the difference between all of the benefits of costs of a market offer. Okay? Relative means compared to those of competing offers, meaning the customer has a choice between different things that it can buy. It will do that evaluation. I can buy Company A, products from Company A, Company B, Company C. Which product do I want to buy? Okay. Well, the customer makes that evaluation depending on how they see things and according to their criteria. Now, the customer remembers something with the customer perceived value. The customer's evaluation, this is the customer's evaluation of the difference between all the benefits and all the costs of marketing offered relative to those competing offers. Translation, which one has the better deal for the customer from their point of view. Okay? It's important to note that customers often do not judge values and costs accurately or objectively. They act on perceived value from their point of view, how they see it, but how do they assess it. To some consumers, value might not be sensible products, but affordable prices, especially in the aftermath of a recent recession. Okay? So, it depends on what they value. What do you value more, price or quality? Okay? If you value the price more, then you won't care about the quality. If you value the quality more, you won't care as much about the price. Especially in the aftermath of a recent recession, like I just mentioned. Now, to other consumers, however, the value might mean paying more to get more. Okay? This is one way to charge more is if you can show that something is worth more. Okay? That's the important thing. Now, for example, despite the challenging economic environment, GE recently introduced a new profile washer and dryer set, which retails for more than $2,500, more than double the cost of a standard washer and dryer set. Profile adds features stylish machines and eye-catching colors, such as cherry red, but the ads also focus on down-to-earth practicality. They position the profile line as a revolutionary new closed care system with technology that allocates the optimal amount of soap and water per load that saves money by being gentle on clothes and extending garment life. That's the value. When you find out what's important to the customer or what they value, you'll know how to market. Okay? Now, remember something, the purpose of all this is customer satisfaction, and that is the extent to which the product perceived performance matches a buyer's expectation. So if you're expecting the product or service to do X thing and it doesn't do X thing, you are not satisfied. But if it does, then you are satisfied. Now, customer satisfaction is important, and it depends on the product's perceived performance relative to the buyer's expectation. Okay. Now, if the product's performance falls short of the expectations, as I was mentioning earlier, then the customer is dissatisfied, meaning not satisfied. If the performance matches expectations, then the customer is satisfied, as I mentioned also. If the performance exceeds expectation, is highly satisfied or delighted. This is the ultimate goal, as we want to exceed expectations. This is something where people remember. It doesn't matter if you're working a job or if it's a product or service that you're offering to a customer. This is the same goal. Now, of course, you know this saying where they say "do your best," but the thing is, I would add to it and say "do your best" and add more. That's called value added. Okay. Outstanding marketing companies go out of their way to keep important customers satisfied. It's very true. How do you do it with customer relationships? Okay. In the consulting, the coaching business, teaching business, you want to make the customer feel comfortable with you and feel happy. It is worth the extra effort just to do it because you want to keep their business. And if they think you're doing a good job, they will tell others. And often people will tell others about you anyway. You might as well do it that way. Do you understand? Alright. Now, for companies interested in delighting customers, exceptional value and service becomes part of the overall company culture. This is what you have to integrate into the company, is that you have to have the top-down philosophy that you need to exceed and you need to focus on satisfying the customer. For example, year after year, the Ritz-Carlton ranks as the top of the hospitality industry in terms of customer satisfaction. Its passion for satisfying customers is summed up in the company's credo, which is like their motto or philosophy, which promises that luxury hotels will deliver a truly memorable experience, one that enlivens the senses, instills well-being, and fulfills the most unexpected wishes and needs of the guest. I know that kind of sounds like a little hyperbolic, it's kind of like, yeah, that's a little exaggerated, but you're trying to put an image out there that yours is better. You are painting a picture and you want the people to see things from the picture you're painting. You understand? That is the customer satisfaction. Okay? When you can do that, that's kind of like at the highest level. You can be sure that you have customer satisfaction. Okay? Now, I'm going to skip some of this, but you have the idea. I want you to get the idea here. Okay? It doesn't matter if it's hotel. It doesn't matter if it's fast food. It doesn't matter what it is. You put your 100 in. You do everything you can do to make the highest quality and meet or exceed customer expectations. Now, here's another example in Alberta. Depending on where you're from in the United States or in the country, you may or may not have heard of them. They are a little bit more expensive burger, but they're burger, and I've had it before. It's very delicious. This is a case example. I won't read through the whole case example. I'll have you read through it. It focuses on the quality and customer service. I can tell you, now this is from the West Coast, like California, I think Nevada. They have a reputation of being like a premium quality burger. Okay? Very, very tasty. Even their fries are very tasty. Very, very tasty. Okay? They're not as catchy as McDonald's, but for example, look at the building here. It's very white. Nice, looks nice. A little bit colorful, yellow and red. These are colors are not there just randomly. These are colors that stick out. And the white contrasts with the red. This is more of a marketing tactic, okay? Now, their focus is on making themselves stand out compared to the competitor like McDonald's. And quality and difference in a product is better. For example, another example of this would be Carl's Jr. You have some unique things you can only find there. Not only will you get people generally coming in because they want to have a burger or whatever, but they'll have something, an experience they won't be able to have somewhere else with. Chili fries. So delicious. I love it. I haven't had it in years, but it's really good. Okay. Now, let's talk about customer relationships and tools. Companies can build relationships with on many levels depending on the nature of the target market. On one extreme, companies with low margin customers can seek to build relationships with them. For example, Nike does not phone or call on all of its consumers to get to know them personally. Instead, Nike creates relationships in through brand building, advertising, public relations, and websites. This is a different way. There's different ways of doing it depending on who your customer is and depending on what they want. Do they want faster experience or slower experience? This is what it is. You have different companies that are similar. Beyond offering consistently high value and satisfaction, marketers can use specific marketing tools to develop bonds with customers. Okay, now, for example, many companies offer frequency marketing programs that reward customers who buy frequently or in large amounts. They offer frequent flyer programs. Hotels give room upgrades in their frequent guests, and supermarkets give patronage discounts to very important customers. The idea is to reward customers, condition them to buy more, and create a better experience, and to show that your brand is more valuable. Other companies sponsor club marketing programs that offer members special benefits and create member communities. Okay? So if you have like a membership that creates prestige and it creates an affinity because everybody's in the same club and it's prestigious. Okay? So you can have things like Costco, Sam's Club, Harley Davidson. Okay, the more prestigious the brand, the more affinity and of this, and the stronger you can market. Okay. Now, the changing nature of customer relationships. Over time, things change as society changes. Significant changes are occurring in the ways in which companies are relating to their customers. Yes, there's big companies focused on mass marketing to all customers at arm's length. Today's companies are building deeper, more direct, and lasting relationships with more carefully selected customers. If you have the right customers, you'll be able to get more efficiency, you'll get better results, and more profit. And it'll be more profitable because you won't be doing as much work to get the same thing. The other thing to consider is that over time, technology changes, increases, which affects society, which affects culture, and other social aspects as well. Now, relating with more carefully selected customers. This is an aspect to look at. Few firms still practice mass marketing, okay, which is selling in a standardized way to any customer which comes along. Today, most marketers realize they don't want relationship with every customer. So you don't want to try to sell to somebody who's not likely to buy. Instead, they target fewer, more profitable customers. That's the important thing. Fewer target. You want to target more profitable customers. Not all customers are worth your marketing efforts, says one analyst. Some are more costly and serve them to lose. As another marketing expert, if you can't say who your customers aren't, you probably can't say who your customers are. They need to be differentiated because they're in different demographics. These are different types of people who have different types of spending habits. That's the idea. Now, many companies now use customer profitability analysis to pass up or weed out losing customers and target winning ones for pampering. Credit card companies do this too. Sometimes they will drop a customer if it's not making money. For example, suppose you never use the card. Suppose you never have a balance. Some companies will just say, okay, I don't want that person as a customer. But the ones that are more valuable, they're more profitable, they will do more for the customer to keep them as a customer. Do you understand? Our approach is to preemptively screen out potentially unprofitable customers. Okay? You need to know your market to know that. Progressive Insurance is effectively asks prospective customers a series of screening questions. need to determine if they're right for this firm. Same thing when you have a job. There's criteria. You need to be the right person for what they're trying to do. If you're not, Progressive will likely tell them you might want to go to Allstate. Uh, Slightly sarcastic thing to say, but anyway, the point is it's not right for them. A marketing consultant explains they'd rather send business to a competitor than take on unprofitable customers. So, from a business perspective and from a financial perspective, which is linked to business, of course, that makes sense. Screening out possible customers let Progressive provide even better service to potentially more profitable ones. There's also social concerns too. If these people, even let's say they are customers who have a reputation of damaging things or causing issues, you don't want those people as customers. Okay? What should the company do with unprofitable customers it already has? If it can't turn them into profitable ones, it may want to dismiss customers that are too unreasonable, see, or cost more to serve than are worth. Like bouncers in a glitzy night spots, says another consultant. Executives will almost certainly have to fire. They put that in quotes. What is fire? This is those in brackets referring to those customers. For example, American Express recently sent letters to some of the members referring to $300 in exchange for paying off their balances. Offering them $300 in exchange for paying off their balances? Really? And closing their accounts. So I guess their idea, if I were to surmise it or guess, is what's going to cost more, keeping them unprofitable or just giving them $300? So what you want to do is have them pay off their balances. Well, I'm not quite sure about that, but okay. Reading between the lines, the credit card company was dumping unprofitable customers. Sprint took similar but more abrupt actions. Sprint recently sent out letters to about 1,000 people to inform them they had been summarily dismissed, but the recipients were Sprint customers and employees. For about a year, the wireless service providers have been tracking the number of frequency of support calls made by a group of high maintenance users. Okay, right. So you have to consider the total cost of the business, and so if you have to hire, if it's going to cost you more to support the user, then then there's profit. Ultimately, the company determined it could not meet the billing and servicing cut out the service, such as customer divestment means getting rid of. Practices were considered an anomaly, but now segmentation. But now segmentation approaches and technologies have made it easier to focus on retaining the right customers, by extension showing problem customers at the door. Let's talk about relating more deeply and interactively. Beyond choosing consumers more selectively, companies are now relating with chosen customers in deeper, more meaningful ways. Rather than relying on one way mass media messages only, today's marketers are incorporating new and more interactive approaches that help build targeted two-way customer relationships. So as you can imagine, two-way means both ways. Almost like saying win-win is win for customer and win for the seller. New technologies have profoundly changed the ways in which people relate to one another. New tools for relating include everything from email, websites, blogs, cell phones, and videos, sharing for online communities and social networks such as Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. This changing communication environment also affects how companies and brands relate to customers. The new communication approaches let marketers create deeper customer involvement and a sense of community surrounding a brand. Right? That is to make brand a meaningful part of the consumer's conversation and lives. Well, becoming part of the conversation between consumers is infinitely more powerful than handing down information via traditional advertising, says one marketing expert. Says another, quote, people today want a voice and a role in their brand experience. They want co-creation. It means they're part of the process that can interact with the customer. And once you can interact with the customer, you can have more profitable relationships. This also goes for, by the way, this also goes for online course creation. It's the same kind of thing. However, at the same time, the new technology creates relationship building opportunities for marketers. They also create challenges. They give consumer greater power and control. Today's consumers have more information about brands than ever before, and they have a wealth of platforms for airing and sharing of brand views with other consumers. Here it is. That's the mass word of mouth. That's powerful. You want to make sure it's positive and obviously not negative. Thus, the marketing world is now embracing not only customer relationship management, but also customer managed relationships. Let me tell you what that is. Okay, that is the marketing relationships in which customers, empowered by today's new digital technologies, interact with companies with each other to shape their relationship. So they're using digital technology to shape their relationship with brands. Basically, if I were to put that in simpler English translation, they're using digital technology to communicate their value of their product in a greater scale and in a better way. Greater consumer control means that building customer relationships, companies can no longer rely on marketing by intrusion, meaning by force to be put inside. Instead, marketers can practice marketing attraction, reading market offerings and messages that involve consumers rather than interrupt them. Hence, most marketers now augment their mass media marketing efforts with a rich mix of direct marketing approaches that promote brand consumer interaction. Okay. For example, many brands are creating dialogues with consumers via their own existing online social networks. Okay. Creating dialogues with consumers via means through their own existing online social networks. That's your Facebook, your Twitter, your YouTube, also Rumble too. To supplement the marketing campaigns, companies now routinely post their latest ads made for the web videos on video sharing sites. Any of those sites will work, especially YouTube. And also, if you can make a website that's widely seen, Google or something like search engine like that, that's quite powerful too. They join social networks or they launch their own blogs, online communities, or consumer-generated review systems, all with the aim of engaging customers on a more powerful interactive level. So I did mention that Twitter, so on and so forth. We have a couple examples from NASCAR and IKEA that uses this, and most marketers are still learning how to use social media effectively. Now remember something, this came out in 2012. This was not as powerful because Twitter, I believe, came out, 2009 or 2008. So, now it's 2023. Lots of experience with it. Most marketers, of course, at the publishing of this book, are still learning how to use social media effectively. So, if you're starting out using this as a tool, it'll take some time to learn how to use it. The problem is to find unobtrusive ways to enter consumers' social conversations without engaging in relevant brand messages. With engaging in relevant brand messages. Basically, they have to come to you. Like it's kind of almost like you put an advertisement out there, you put something out there, and it comes to you. So, simply posting a humorous video, creating a social network page, or posting a blog isn't enough, of course, anymore. And at the time of publishing the book in 2012. Successful network marketing means making relevant and genuine contributions to consumers' conversations. And he says nobody wants to be friends with a brand, says online marketing executive. A job referring to as a brand is a part of other friends' conversations. You need to attract attention. One of the newer things that I've been learning about internet marketing, which is a field of marketing, is that money follows attention. How do you get attention? You get it through the most efficient and greatest way, which is through online social media. Social media. Okay? Get the message out there. Okay? You don't, as far as okay, so your marketing message will be focused to a specific demographics. And you should just get it out there. That people are responding to are people who would be interested in such product or service anyway, so you don't worry about that that only X amount of, for example, let's suppose, okay, you put a message on YouTube, okay, let's say a billion people saw that, but only let's say only a million people were interested. You don't care it's only a fraction of 1% that actually responded because you got a million people. Now you take your million people, okay, a million people interested. What you need to do is convert that to a sale in a close and using sales. But the point is, the people interested are only going to be from a certain demographic, and that's okay. But the first step is just getting it out there. Now, let's talk about consumer-generated marketing. Brand exchanges created by consumers themselves, both invited and uninvited, by which consumers playing an increasing role on shaping their own brand experiences and those of consumers. It's just kind of similar to word of mouth, except it's online. And it's talking about people's experiences, such as I bought a computer, or I don't know, whatever. I bought this new brand ketchup, like they have here, right? If I didn't like it and I want other people to know, I'll just tell people my experience. Well, this was good. This was not good. This was convenient. Whatever. This is good with whatever. You know what I mean? People put that on their social media. So it's basically like you get the good with the bad, but the thing is, it's free advertising. As people will just put it out there. And for the ones that like it, it's already increasing your brand. And then, of course, as long as you don't have too many that don't like it, you don't care about the ones that don't like it because the majority will like it. Do you understand? So, some companies ask consumers for a new product. For example, Coca-Cola's vitamin water brand recently, well, not recently, but as of close to 2012. So they set up a Facebook app to obtain customer suggestions for a new flavor, promising to manufacture and sell the winner. Vitamin water was their idea. And, it says, vitamin water, our idea. The next will be yours. What you do is you get customer interaction, okay? And you You do it through, there's different channels of doing it. You can do it through paid market research. You can do it through focus groups where you can either directly do it or you can pay a marketing research agency to do a focus group. And people, if you ask them, people will often will be honest. At least 90 something percent of the time, from my experience, will be very honest and candid about what they thought about a product, and they know what they want. People know what they want. Like if something was really good, they'll tell you it, or if it's something they're looking for, they will tell you. Okay? It's very easy to get this stuff, with very minimal uh, cost. Well, a little bit of time, but mainly if people feel that they have an input into the product, the future product creation. It's just like game testers too, like I've done before. Is if you meet the demographics, right? They want to know the information because they want this information is valuable because it will determine how it will tell them how and what to make of the products. So if it has a flaw, they need to know. They don't want to go through software testing, Scrum, blah blah blah. They're gonna get direct input from the people who are most likely gonna buy it, and that's theoretically the best way of doing it. So other companies are inviting customers to play an active role in the shopping ads. You have other companies, PepsiCo, Southwest Airlines, MasterCard, Unilever, HJ, Heinz, and others. So, and then you have people like that. It's just a matter of being part of a community and or providing a sufficient incentive to do such a thing. But I found out it's not as hard as they think to get this information, and there's varying ways because again, everything is customer driven focus. Okay? Customer focus. Harnessing consumer driven content can be a time consuming and costly process, and companies may find it difficult to glean even a little gold from all the garbage. Some of it's good, some of it's not good. Consumer generated marketing, whether it be invited by marketers or not, has become a significant marketing force. Why? You're getting direct input and knowledge about demographical marketing information that you need. And you know it's valuable and relevant because they're literally telling you I like or don't like or I want or I don't want something. There's no interpretation. There's no figuring out. There's no whatever. It's just straightforward. Although a profusion of consumer-generated, through a profusion of consumer-generated videos, blogs, and websites, consumers are playing an increasing role in shaping their own brand experiences. Through creating brand conversations, customers are having increasing say about everything from product design, usage, and packaging to pricing and distribution. Right? So, relationship management. Chapter 1. Okay. When it comes to creating customer value, building strong customer relationships, to today's marketers know that they can't do it alone. They must work closely with a variety of marketing partners. In addition to being good at customer relationship management, marketers must also be good at partner relationship management. Major changes are occurring in how marketers partner with other inside and outside the company to jointly bring more value to customers. I said outside in approach, not in out. You need to see it from the customer's point of view. This is always the focus. Okay? Now, partners inside the company is traditional marketers have changed their understanding of customers and representing customers needs different company departments. The old thinking was that marketing is done only through marketing, sales, and customer support people. However, in today's more connected world, every functional area can interact with customers, especially electronically. This is a cheaper way, this is a more direct way, this is a more viral way, this is just better overall. The new thinking that no matter what your job is in a company, you must understand marketing and be customer focused. Let me give you a quick story. I was watching a sales, it was kind of like a preview of a sales conference slash marketing conference by a famous uh, business education and real estate mogul by the name of Grant Cardone. And he talked about that everybody at the company should be trying to sell if they interact with customers. You see, for example, they had a person call up and they were literally asking to buy something, okay? I mean, it's like take my money, right? It's like how much more obvious, right? And so he says, how much for whatever? He doesn't need to be sold, they might need to negotiate a price, that's about it. The lady was standoffish with the guy. I was like, I couldn't believe it. Oh, talk to someone else, blah, blah. And he made the insightful point. He said, everybody in the company should be selling. See, they've already done their marketing, they have the brand recognition. Now they need to close the sale. Right? And they need to build that customer relationship. They're not building any customer relationship. So this is where a part of marketing, building customer relationships, that is because they're using old way. Customers don't want to waste time on things. They're not going to do that. There's lots of competition, right? Or they just decide not to do it. So that's what they're missing. Okay, you need to have the interaction with the customers. Potentially anybody even the person answering the phone needs to be selling. Finding out even simple like, okay, what's your need? How can we fulfill that need for you? How can we get this done for you? The idea is always how is the can do attitude. How can I make it happen? Not how can I not make it happen. Even if there's an obstacle in front of you, how can I make it happen? Period. You understand? Now, David Packard, the late founder of HP, wisely said, marketing is far too important to be left to the marketing department. You need the interaction. You understand? Each interaction is a potential sale. That's the way I think of it. Today, rather than letting the department go its own way, firms are linking all departments in the cause of creating customer value. Rather than assigning only sales and marketing people to customers, they are forming cross-functional customer teams. Meaning, let's put our heads together and figure out how we can make this sale happen. All right, how can I use the value of what you have? How can I make the product better because of how you're marketing, or how can I, you know what I mean? We have this dual feedback that's mutually beneficial that can make the product better and market it better. For example, P&G assigns customer development teams to each one of their retailer accounts. These teams consist of sales and marketing people, operations specialists, marketing and finance, financial analysts, and others. You need to look at the full picture. You need to understand all aspects of it, and to better price it, you have to understand the financial aspects. You need to understand all aspects to best understand your customer and therefore the best market your product to show the greatest value. Okay. Now, marketing partners outside of the firm. These are people basically that you can outsource something where they're much more proficient at a specialized tasks than you. Very, very common. Now, changes are occurring in how marketers connect with suppliers, channel partners, and even competitors. Most companies today are network companies relying heavily on partnership with other firms. Marketing channels consist of distributors, retailers, and other that connect with companies to buyers. The describes a larger channel of switching from raw materials to components to final products being carried by final buyers. For example, the supply chain for PCs consists of suppliers of computer chips, other components, computer manufacturer and distributor, retailers, and others to the computers. Through supply chain management, many companies today are strengthening their own connections with partners along the supply chains. They know their fortunes are not just on how they can perform. Sourcing sources as building customer relationships also rest on how well their entire supply chain performs against competitors' supply chains. Most companies don't treat suppliers as vendors or distributors as customers. They treat both as partners delivering in customer value. On the one hand, for example, Toyota works closely with and carefully with suppliers to improve quality and operations efficiency. On the other hand, it works with franchise dealers to provide top-grade sales and service support that will bring customers in the door and keeping them back. So suppose they work with a company to be able to push more product out better. They're going to partner with a company. Because ultimately, you can have the best marketing, you can have the best sales or whatever, but you still need to get it out faster. The faster you can get it out, more efficiently get it out, the more money you can make. That's the idea. Okay. And then, of course, the other company you're working with can benefit from your expertise because they can understand how they can best market their supply chain services. So this is a win-win. Now the end part is capturing value from customers. Almost done here. Now the 4 steps of marketing process, which you showed before, includes building customer relationships with customers, delivering superior customer value, and the final involves capturing value in return for form of current and future sales, market share, and profits. So sales get generating revenue, and market share is a percentage of the total market for a customer base. By creating superior customer value, the firm creates highly satisfied customers who stay loyal and buy now. This in turn means greater long-run returns for the firm, and also the customers for creating customer value, customer loyalty and retention, and share of the market and share of customer and customer equity. This is the value that's created by having customer market share and sales. Let's talk about creating customer loyalty and retention. Very important idea. First, we need people to only buy from us. And we need to retain their business. Technically, retention should be first because first thing is how do I keep them as a customer and how do I keep them long-term loyal. Good customer relationship management creates customer delight. In turn, customer delight, delighted customer remains loyal and talk favorably to others about the company and its products. This is basically free advertising. Understand? Studies show that big differences in loyalty of customers who are satisfied somewhat or are less satisfied, somewhat satisfied, and completely satisfied. Even a slight drop in complete satisfaction can create an enormous drop in loyalty. Because that small drop can lead to something else. It can lead to a loss of sale, right? And then this part is a negative trend, going to trend down more. And also people, by word of mouth, will tell the people they will have the same attitude, which means they'll lose potential business and any current business as well. Studies show big difference in loyalty. Customers that are Now, the recent economic recession put strong pressure on customer loyalty. It created a new customer frugality that will last well into the future. And obviously, if you have less money to spend, you're going to look for something that's cheaper. It's difficult to keep something that's not as cheap, right? Keep the customer. It's difficult to keep the customers that are paying more than when they have options to pay for something cheaper. One recent study found that even in an improved economy, 55% of consumers said they would rather get the best price than the best brand. Another two-thirds of them would say they would shop at different stores with lower prices, even if it's less convenient, which is quite common because the bottom line is how much. From a consumer's point of view, this is what you need to consider is what matters most to consumers. It's 5 times cheaper and keeps an old customer acquire. Sorry, if it's 5 times cheaper to keep. Sorry, it's 5 times cheaper. Sorry, it's 5 times cheaper to keep an old customer than to acquire a new one. Thus, companies today must shape their propositions even more carefully to treat more profitable customers well. That means if you have to spend, you have to weigh the cost of retaining a customer versus losing them. Which one's going to cost you more? And you need to consider the ones who have less to spend. So even if you lose his business, does it cost more to get a new customer, or is it cheaper? Excuse me. Or does it cost more to try to keep the customer who is frugal? Losing a customer means losing more than just a single sale. It means losing an entire stream of purchases. So this would be current, or let's say for next. So it's basically future revenue, right? So how much is it costing you in lost revenue? It means losing the entire stream of purchases that a customer would make over a lifetime of patronage. For example, here's for example, to consider the customer, it's important to consider the customer lifetime value. So you basically, the idea is you have to consider the cost, what the cost is for losing either the lost initial sale or the lost continued sales. So, customer lifetime value is the value of the entire stream of purchases that the customer would make over a lifetime of patronage. This is a theoretical calculation. Okay. Stu Leonard operates a highly profitable four-store supermarket in Connecticut, New York. Says he sees $50,000 funding out the store every time he sees a sulking customer. Why? Because this average customer spends about $100 a week, shops 50 times a year, and remains in the area for about 10 years. Okay, so you do the math. 100 times 50 is how much? $1,000. $5,000 times 10 is $50,000 over 10 years. So even if it's, let's say, over 1 year, let's say it's $5,000 times how many customers. See? So you don't think, okay, well, you only lost 5,000. Yeah, and for every customer who does the same thing, you're losing that much. Okay, you got to get a broader perspective on how things work when you consider every and all the factors. Okay, the loss can be much greater if a disappointed customer shares his experience with other customers and causes them to defect. It means leave the company. Leave. So when they say defect, it means no longer do business. Okay? To keep customers coming back, Stu Leonard has created what the New York Times has dubbed the Disneyland of dairy stores, complete with costume characters, scheduled entertainment, a petting zoo, and animatronics throughout the store. From the humble beginnings of a small dairy store in 1969, Stu Leonard has grown at an amazing pace. He built 29 additions to the original store, which now serves about 30,000 customers each week. Now look at that. Each week, 30,000. Now imagine, now look at, if you talk about how much that is, right? say, let's say each customer spends $100. 100 times how many customers? 30,000. Okay, now we're talking about $3 million, right? Because 1,000 times 30,000 is 30. Sorry, 300,000 customers. Sorry, that would be 300. That's $30 million. So if he loses one a week, sorry, but he's making $100 times 30,000, right? That's 30 million. Oh yeah, okay. You have to think about the opportunity cost. So for each one of them that he loses, how much is it costing? The opportunity cost is basically what they call lost revenue. Your return is opportunity cost. What's the cost of that opportunity that's lost? Opportunity that's lost. Okay. Now, what we want to get now moving on is after we consider the cost of that and then the lifetime value, you can see that number adds up quite a bit. So it's cheaper to invest in something anyway, especially where it's usually a tax deduction, than it is to lose the business. Okay, it sounds pretty common sense, but you have to see it from the financial point of view, and you also have to see it from the loss of revenue. Meaning, what's the total money, and then losing customers costs you. Now, let's talk about the share of the customer. This is the position of the customers purchasing that a company gets in the product categories. Kind of like market share. So if you have a growing share of customers, what do we have? We have an increased market share because we have more customers in the same market. Beyond simply retaining good customers to capture customer lifetime value, good customer relationship management can help marketers increase their share of customer. As the share that they get from customer purchasing in their product category. Thus, banks want to increase the share of wallets in quotes. Supermarkets, restaurants want to get more quote, share of stomach unquote. Car companies increase quote share of garage, and airlines want share of travel. So depending on the industry, gives you different terms. It's the same idea. It's basically increased customer business translates into increased increased market share. To increase the share of customer, firms can offer greater variety to customers, or they can create programs to cross-sell, which means cross-sell is basically when you're already a customer, they're selling you something else. Not to be confused with upsell, which means that they sell you something more expensive. It just means you sell them something extra. So they create programs to cross-sell and upsell. Those are two different things, as I mentioned. To market more products and services to their customers. Okay? This is the basic idea how to do it. Now, going forward is that, for example, Amazon.com is highly skilled in leveraging relationships with its 88 million customers to increase share of its customer purchases. Originally an online bookseller, Amazon.com now offers customers music, videos, gift, toys, and consumer electronics, office products, home improvement items, lawn and garden products, apparel, accessories, jewelry, tools, and even groceries. It's kind of like a Walmart but online. And because this is dated, they also have other things like movies, TV shows, other media things is on there as well. Now, in addition, based on the customer's purchase history, previous product searches, and other data, the company recommends related searches that might be of interest. So, what you do is you look at their purchasing history and find out where your opportunities are. Okay, now let's move on. The recommendation system influences 30% of all sales. In these ways, Amazon.com captures a greater share of the customer's spending budget. So, for example, let's say they only spent, like, for example, $20 every month. Well, if you add another 30%, now we're talking about one third of that. That's another $6, almost seven. Let's say $6 extra, six something dollars, right? Well, that's more revenue. That's cross selling. We're going to offer more for them to buy. Higher price, just more. Now look, so our purpose is to building customer equity. We can now see the importance of not only acquiring customers but also keeping and growing them. And we want to keep and we want to grow customers. One marketing consultation puts it this way: the only value your company will ever create is the value that comes from customers. So the value of your company refers to the value of the customer, the value that comes from customers. Why? Because customers pay you money. Simple as that. Those are the ones that you have now and the ones that you'll have in the future. Without customers, you don't have a business. Pretty straightforward, right? Okay, now customer relationship management takes a long-term view. Companies want not only to create profitable customers, but also to own them. That's probably the wrong word to use, but own them for life, as in own their business. Earn a greater share of their purchases and capture their customer lifetime. Okay? That means of all their disposable income, they want them to spend more with that company than another company that's in the same industry or the same segment, especially in the same niche. Let's talk about customer equity. Okay? First of all, what is it? That is the total combined customer lifetime value of all the company's customers. What you do is you add up the total value, whatever it is per month, okay, or per year. Let's say per year, and then multiply by how many years. So usually the way they do it is they say, okay, per month times 12 months. Right? Let's say it's $1,000. Let's say it's $100 per customer times 12 months. That's $1,200. Okay, times how many years? I don't know. Let's say it's 20 years. So what you have is you have 1,200 times 20, and 1,200 times 20 is $24,000 per customer. We consider how many customers we have. Now, if we consider something on a larger scale, right, this is called scaling. So we're going to be doing things on a larger scale, having more customers. The lifetime value of the customer increases. Okay? This is like long-term overall view of the customer value to the company. Now, the ultimate aim of a customer relationship management is to produce high customer equity. Okay? It's the total combined customer lifetime value of all the company's current and potential customers. Now, first thing you do, of course, you want to look at the current ones. Then you say, okay, based upon charging the same amount, or whatever amount, an X period wise, whatever ABC period, right? You take all those and you multiply by how many years. So whatever it is per year, which would be the amount per month times 12, you multiply by how many years. You'll need to know your demographic. You'll need to know your market information to know how many years typically the average customer in that industry buys whatever. Okay. Now, if something becomes out of date, of course, there's other factors that contribute to that life cycle. As such, it's a measure of the future value of the company's customer base. So what you can do for valuation, this is what's called valuation in finance. What you do is you say, okay, how much is a company worth? Its projected earnings, meaning its predicted earnings based upon certain criteria, it will be of this much value. So you have present value and you have projected or predicted value. Right? Now, clearly, the more loyal the firm's profitable customers, the higher its customer equity. Customer equity may be a better measure of firm's performance than current sales or market share. So, because if you can work with concrete numbers, how much, and we're dealing with loyal customers, not just, well, I think it's going to grow this much every year. No. If you have a loyal customer base, you already know how much you're spending. Worst case scenario, it's that much times 12 months times X amount of years. Okay. Here's an example of the 70s and 80s with Cadillacs. Okay. Now, just remember, it has to do with a lifetime value. And the way that they can predict the lifetime value more accurately is with loyal customers. That's why the focus is with loyal customers. Depending on the brand and how valuable the brand is, and the brand loyalty and the demographics, you can better predict that. Okay? Now, let's talk about building the right relationships with the right customers. Now, building the right customers has to do with the demographic that's likely to buy, okay? and also the customers that are more profitable. Okay? Profitable relationships. Companies should manage customer equity carefully. They should view customers as assets that should be managed and maximized. But not all customers, not even all loyal customers, are good investments. Surprisingly, some loyal customers can be unprofitable and disloyal and some disloyal customers can be profitable. So, if you consider, okay, he's been buying from us for X amount, but how much we haven't made much from him. Other ones don't always buy from them, but when they buy from us, we make more of a profit on the sale. That's what it is. Which company should the company acquire and retain? The company can classify customers according to potential profitability and manage its relationship with them accordingly. Our classification scheme defines the relationship-based potential profitability and projected loyalty. So based upon the brand, are they going to be loyal or not? Strangers, butterflies, true friends, and barnacles. That's kind of a funny way of putting it, but yeah. Each group requires a different relationship management strategy. For example, strangers show how potential profitability and little projected loyalty. There is a little fit between the company's offerings and their needs. The relationship management strategy for those customers is simple. Don't invest anything on them, referring to those that are unprofitable. Butterflies are potentially profitable but are not loyal. These are a good fit between the company's offerings and their needs. However, like real butterflies, they can enjoy them for only a short while they're low. So lifetime value is not as good, and not as loyal. So there's always pluses and minuses to this. True friends are both profitable and loyal. It's kind of like the best of both worlds. Let's get this here. There's a strong fit between the needs and the company's offerings. The firm wants to make continuous relationship investments to delight the customers and nurture, retain, and grow them. It ones that turn true friends into true believers. So the true believers are the ones that will basically give you word of mouth and then attract more business. That's what it is. Remember something, butterflies are potentially profitable but not. Barnacles are highly loyal but not very profitable. Alright, so they buy a lot from you, but it's not a high profit transaction. There's a limited fit between their needs and company's offerings. An example is the smaller bank customers and bank regulate but not give enough returns to cover the costs of maintaining their accounts. Like barnacles are full on the ship, they can create drag. Barnacles perhaps are the most problematic customers. The companies might be able to improve their profitability by selling them more. Sorry, not selling them. Selling them more, raising their fees, reducing service to them. However, if it cannot be made profitable, they should be fired. One way that they do that's a little bit nicer, instead of firing their customers or getting rid of their customers, they just offer only, what they'll do is they'll offer another level, which creates incentives. Okay, for this base level, it's this service, and if you're VIP, it's another service. The way you present yourself at create incentive is what will create profitability and also appeal. The point here that's important is different types of customers require different relationship management strategies. The goal is to build the right relationships with the right customers. Yeah, basically the one that's not you're not making enough from because they're not as profitable. You need to focus on upgrading or cross-selling. The ones that are not as loyal but are profitable, you want to get something to retain their business. Okay, so whatever they don't have is what you focus on. That's the idea for strategy. Let's talk about the changing marketing landscape. Every day, dramatic changes are occurring in the marketplace. Richard Love of HP observed the pace of change is rapidly. Change is so rapid, the ability to change has now become a competitive advantage. Okay, the ability to change now has become a competitive advantage. Why? You have to change with the times. You have to change with the needs and the wants. Yogi Berra, legendary New York Yankees catcher and manager, summed it up more simply than he said, the future ain't what it used to be, and the marketplace changes. So most of those must serve it. So, for example, people, you have to look at their buying habits, their attitudes. If people are buying online and not in person, guess what you have to do? You have to sell online. And you have to look at what people are buying, how they're buying, what and how and where. Remember, what is the product? How? That's the medium of exchange. The third one is where. That would be the place. Is it online or is it in person? Okay? If any of those three changes, you have to change your business practices and your marketing to attract them, right, to do business with you. And then we also need to consider the uncertain economic environment. Remember something, economies go through cycles. It's not always up and it's not always down. In a downtime, for example, we take this case that beginning in 2008, the United States and the world economies experienced a stunning economic meltdown, unlike anything since the Great Depression of the 1930s. The stock market plunged, and millions of dollars of stock value had simply evaporated. The financial crisis left shell-shocked consumers short of both money and confidence as they feared losses in income and severe credit crunch, declining their home values and raising unemployment. That's the condition. The so-called Great Recession caused many consumers to rethink their spending priorities. Okay? Caused many to rethink their spending priorities. So it's just like this, you have a priority. If you have less money, what are you going to spend on? What you need or what you want? What you need, right? And you'll have less of a disposable budget, so therefore maybe you'll save instead of spending on what you want. And therefore the demand for something will lessen. After a decade of overspending, frugality has made a comeback, says an analyst, more than just a temporary change. The new consumer buying attitudes and spending behavior will likely remain for years to come. Quote, the new frugality, unquote, born of the Great Recession is now becoming entrenched consumer behavior that is reshaping consumption patterns in ways that will persist even as the economy rebounds. Says another analyst, even in its aftermath, consumers are now spending more carefully. You know what they did was they learned from the situation, and they thought, well, you know what? I learned that that's what I need to do in a bad economy. So if it happens again, that's what they're going to do. Oh, and guess what? Maybe we don't need to pay. We don't need to pay for that. So to understand that all you need to do, look at it from the consumer's point of view. If you have less money to spend, what are you going to do? Right, you still need to eat. You still need to have a place. You need your most bare necessities, right? So you have to see it from their point of view. And especially if they got used to a certain way, guess what they're going to do? You need to understand the psychology and the buying habits of the consumer. Now, in response, companies in all industries, from discounters such as Target to luxury brands such as Lexus, have aligned their marketing strategies with new economic realities. More than ever, marketers are emphasizing the value of the value propositions. Okay. Here's the thing: is in a downturn, it just means there's less spending income for people, but there will always be rich people, and there always will be poor people. And you take the richest place in the world, you take the poorest place in the world, there's still rich people. So there's always a market for something. The question is, are you marketing the right people? And then what do you do in a downturn? Maybe the rich person has less money, so does he really want to do it? He has to be reminded of the value of what he has. If someone doesn't understand or remember the value of what he has, you think they're going to spend? Of course not. It's not valuable, right? Just like this. Let's say you're going to buy that luxury car for, let's say, $50,000, right? $100,000, whatever it is, right? Okay, why should I spend $50,000 if this thing's not valuable? Well, if it is valuable, guess what's going to happen? You'll spend the $50,000. See? Okay, that's the idea. The important thing is emphasizing the word value. You understand? Okay, I just want to make that clear. Let's get down here. Even wealthier consumers have joined the trend toward frugality. Conspicuous free spending is no longer so fashionable. As a result, even luxury brands are stressing value. Luxury brands are stressing value, not just lower brands, not just cheaper brands, but luxury brands. For years, Lexus has emphasized status and performance. What's the value proposition? Status and performance. If you want to know what your value proposition should be, you have to look at what's the core value of what you want your product to represent. For example, in the pre-Christmas ad, typically feature uh, feature a loving spouse giving his or her significant other a new Lexus wrapped in a big red bow, which has been, I think that they've done that for like decades now. One of the things they'll talk about later is about packaging. Packaging is a marketing method and tactic that's used to increase the perceived value of a product. That's what I'm using. Okay. Lexus is still running new. Okay, excuse me. Lexus is still running those ads but it's also hedging its bets, meaning it's going against its betting on something, right? By running other ads with the tagline lowest cost of ownership, right? Because you get the better deal, right? It's lower cost, higher quality. Which one are you going to buy? You're going to pay more or less for the same product? You're going to pay less, right? Referring ads with the tagline lower cost of value, okay, referring to Lexus decent fuel economy, durability, and resale value. Resale value, okay? Cool. In adjusting to the new to the new economy, companies were attempting to cut marketing budgets deeply and slash prices in an effort to coax cash-strapped customers into opening their wallets. However, although cutting costs and offering selected discounts can be important marketing tactics in a downturn. In down economies, smart marketers understand that taking costs to the wrong places can damage long-term brand images. Yeah. If it's an expensive brand, you can't make the price cheap because you'll associate price with value. Okay? That's the perception of people. You know objectively that's better. You have to present things in a way that communicates your message effectively and the right message. And brand images and customer relationships. The challenge is to balance the brand's value proposition with its current times and also enhances its long term equity. So, this is what you need to do. The challenge is to balance a brand's value proposition with the current times while also enhancing long term equity. Before I continue, I want to make sure we're still recording here. Very good. A recession creates winners and losers, just like a boom, notes one economist. When a recession ends, the road levels off and the world seems to be full of problems once more. Your position is the competitive pack will depend on how skillfully you manage. That's what you need to do. The competitive pack will depend on how skillfully you manage during the tough times. Oh, thus, rather than slashing prices, many marketers held the line on prices and instead explained why the brands are worth it. Again, here's the idea, and this is something I learned last year actually. It's not, a lot of this sounds obvious when it's explained to you, and a lot of this is common sense, but because of past experiences, people learn from that and they get used to a certain way. So it's not that they don't know things theoretically, it's just how it's internalized and applied. So basically, the idea is that that it's okay to increase the price of something if you increase the value and the features of something. Especially if you could communicate the increased value that would be valuable to your target market. Okay, that's the idea. And rather than cutting their own marketing budgets in difficult times, companies such as Walmart, McDonald's, Hyundai, and General Mills maintain actually increased the marketing spending. The goal is uncertain economic times is to build market share and strengthen customer relationships at the expense of competitors who cut back. Here's the thing. Now remember this text is in 2012. Nowadays people are doing what's called AI and automation. What's going to happen in the future is that people will cut back budgets in some ways, reduce the total amount of people needed to do a job, because a computer program process and automation process is doing it. The important thing, and this is an advanced idea that obviously chapter 1 is not going to talk about, but the process of something, a system, is what's more valuable. Because the system will translate into doing things and getting results. You understand? Now, that's another thing I learned over the past year too is when things are going, as long as you can afford it, when you're getting less business, the idea is not to cut back the marketing budget, but maybe you can cut back something else. If you're not keeping people's attention, and attention is not following your business, you will not get money. That's one important thing to remember. Now, a troubled economy can present opportunities as well as threats. Okay, so that's part of the four things. I was going to explain more in four of the chapters, but basically, you have four things you have to look at your business. This is a business strategy that involves also marketing. It's called acronyms are SWOT: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Opportunities is what you can do externally. Threats is your competition. Strengths is internal. Weaknesses is internal. Opportunities. What opportunity, what situation has presented itself that you're able to do? Now, one of the things I will emphasize, another thing I learned about 4 years ago, is that opportunities are made. It's not, sorry, opportunities are created by the person who wants it. Don't rely on something that's made for you. You make it. You create the opportunities. You don't wait for someone to make the opportunities. You understand? So by marketing, you're basically saying, I'm going to make an opportunity. I'm going to increase my market share. I'm going to target the right customers. I'm going to increase profitability, and I'm going to increase market share. You understand what I'm saying? That's the idea. Now, a troubled economy, as I said before, can present opportunities as well as threats. Okay, so, the threat, of course, is decreased business opportunity as a chance to do something else or increase the activity of something else. For example, the fact that 40% of consumers now that are eating out less poses threats to many of the full-service restaurants. However, it presents opportunities for fast food marketers. For instance, during the recession, Seattle McDonald's franchise operator took a Starbucks in its hometown with a billboard proclaiming, "Large is the new brand. $4 is dumb," playing it out as a cheap eats proposition. McDonald's worldwide sales grew steadily throughout the worst of the downturn, whereas Starbucks also stuttered. The premier coffee chain was forced to shutter many of the unprofitable stores. Just like recently, okay? During the COVID um, situation from 2000, sorry, not 2000, from 2020 all the way to the beginning of 2022, right? Ironically, the online sales had increased because the people's spending habits changed. If you can understand people's spending habits and you can adapt to the situation and sell what people are looking for in the way that they're looking for it, you can increase. It is to adapt to the situation. Now, it's not that easy, but you have to think outside the box and be creative and change what your product offerings as needed. You understand? Now, that being said, similarly, the trend towards saving money by eating at home plays on the hands of the name brand food makers who have positioned their wares in convenient and compared with the restaurant meal, inexpensive. Now, rather than lowering prices, many food manufacturers have instead pointed out the value of the products and compared to eating out. So here's what it is, all right? They're spending less money on this. They're still going to spend money. What they need to do is you say, okay, we've got money here. It's kind of like a tide of water, right? We need to capture the water and move it over to here. It's going, let's capture it and move it over there. Let's take that water while it's moving less before it goes down to zero. We take it and we move it over. Because People still need to eat. There's still industries that no matter what happens, people still need to eat. Great Depression. People still need to eat somehow. They figure out how somehow they're going to eat, right? Okay, you change your product offerings. You cut back one way and increase in another way. And then you take the customers who want to spend less and you make a product that's less to get that business. Do you understand? Okay, now let's see where are we here. Okay. Let's talk about the digital age. Now we're talking about online age, things done through the internet. And this is a fairly recent phenomenon since the 2000s, okay? Fairly recent, I said, because it's about 20 years, but compared to 100 years, it's recent. So in the internet, you have a vast public web of computer networks that connects users of all types, and around the web is and all around the web, all around the world and each other to an amazingly large information repository, which is like a storage. So the idea is this: you have your local markets where you sell things. That is going to be very limited, and you're going to peak and saturate the market real fast because there's only so many people in the local area, right? So let's say in the local area you have, I don't know, 100,000 people, right? One city, whatever. Smaller city, whatever, even less, whatever. Let's say 100,000, even a million, whatever. Even 20 million, big city, right? Even you say, okay, I want to sell the United States, that's 300 something million, that's 350 million, whatever it is. Yeah, but guess what? How many billions of people are there worldwide? So you can sell to 20 times as many people by selling 20 times as many. The mistake that old marketing does is it only looks at the local area or the state or the national, but they don't look at the whole um, the whole world. This is where you get. This is where you can scale your business, and this is where you can market to more people. Do you understand? Now, the idea is we're going to use technology to market to more people, to create more sales. The recent technology boom has created the digital age. The explosive growth in computer communications, information, and other digital technologies has been a major impact on the way companies bring value to customers. What is the major impact? Ways companies bring value to customers. You do it online. Now, more than ever before, we're all connected to each other and information everywhere in the world. Where it took once where it once took days or weeks to receive news about important world events, we now learn about them as they were occurring via the satellite business and new websites. When it once took weeks to correspond with others in distant places, they are now only moments away by cell phone or email or web. For better or for worse, technology can become an indispensable part of our lives. The reason why this works is because we've got a greater market. So think of every country that does this has the same kind of market. Like every country sells cars, every country sells food, every country sells whatever, right? So instead of just only looking at your country, you're going to use all the countries. That's a huge scaling upgrade. Okay? Carl and Dorsey Goat of East Lansing, Michigan can remember the simpler mornings not too long ago. They sit together, chatted a while, ate breakfast, and read the newspaper, and competed only when the TV was for the attention of the two teenage sons. That was so last century, like 1900s. Today, Carl wakes around 6 a.m. to check his work email and his Facebook and Twitter accounts. The two boys, Coke and Eric, start the morning with text messages, video games. Sorry, text messages, video games, and Facebook. Horsey cracks open his laptop right after breakfast. The guy's son sleeps with their phones next to the beds, and they start the day with text messages in place of the alarm clocks. College instructor at Michigan State University sends texts to his two sons to wake them up. We use texting as an in-house intercom. I, I could just wake up. I could just walk up the stairs, but they always never answer the texts. This is the morning in the intercom age. After 6 to 8 hours of network deprivation, also known as sleep, people are also increasingly waking up and lunging for cell phones and laptops, sometimes even before swinging their legs to the floor and texting to more biologically current events. I can tell you that when I grew up, there was no such thing as the internet. I did not have a computer. I did not have a cell phone. I did not have a tablet. I didn't have any of that. You know how I got information? I went to the library, right? I went to the bookstore to get a book, or somebody gave me the information, and or they already had books too. Okay? And of course, yes, calling using the telephone to call. But you see, since I believe it was 2002, there's a technology where it was even calling long distance was antiquated because you have something called voice over IP or VoIP or VoIP. And this was the fact that I could make phone calls over the internet instead of using my physical phone. That's like hardwired in the wall, or or even just what they used to say cordless phone. Now with cell phones, it's really cheap. Unlimited calls, receiving everything, and now you've got unlimited data too. So you have these apps you can communicate with people almost for free, just need the internet service, and there's no long distance calls, none of that. And all this information's on the internet. So what you can physically do is just use a phone, do whatever you want to do, right? Contact people for free, send emails, everything, and even just the sending of emails before all these websites was huge because they could attach a text file. Right? Let's say they scanned in that book or whatever they want to scan in or take photos or videos, and they could attach that. There was limited file storage or whatever that could be attached, but they could send that through email. So the first thing was they used email, and what marketing does is it uses technology as its way of marketing. The idea is the more you can market to your particular niche and or segment, the more business you can get. Mass marketing, as it's called, is the way to go. As long as it's targeted mass marketing, that's good. Now, the digital age can provide marketers with exciting new ways to learn about and to attract customers and create products and services tailored to individual customers' needs. Okay, tailored to individual customers' needs. Okay, before you'd have to wait a month for a report. People would give surveys or other ways, other things, and then you would get a report every month in a magazine, newspaper, newsletter, whatever, and they will give it to you. But you have to wait a month to get the information because it's much slower. And with the internet, basically what you do is everything is real quick, compile the information, and you can access it online almost for free. It's helping marketers communicate with customers in large groups of one-to-one through video conferencing. Marketing researchers at a company's headquarters in New York can look at focus groups in Chicago or Paris without ever stepping into a plane. See that? Because everything is just online. With only a few clicks of a mouse button, direct marketers can tap into online data services to learn everything from what car you drive to what you read to what flavor of ice cream you prefer. Or using today's powerful computers, and marketers can create their own detailed customer databases and use them to target individual customers with offers designed to meet their specific needs. You see, that's the digital age using computers. And then later, after computers, they said, okay, you know what? We can record things faster. Things are a little bit faster. Now the internet multiplied. You use your computer, your phone, your tablet, because the tablet came after the computer and the phone. And the phones now are basically like a computer. Okay? And you can back up your stuff on your phone to your computer. Digital technology has also brought a new wave of communication, advertising, and relationships between building tools, ranging from online advertising, video sharing tools, and cell phones, to web apps and online social networks. The digital shift means that marketers can no longer expect consumers to always seek them out. Okay? What you need to do is you need to look for them because that's where they are. The idea of marketing is where is the customer? That's the place, remember? Okay. So web apps starting from the 2010s, late 2000s, it was pretty much they had an app for everything. Okay. Now they can find control conversations about the brands. The new digital world means it easy for consumers to make marketing content that once lived in an advertising or even brand website with them wherever they go and share with their friends. More than just add-ons to traditional marketing channels, the new digital media can be fully integrated into the marketer's consumer relationship building efforts. As they said, can be integrated into. Instead of having a separate thing, it's already in it. That's more efficient. Okay. The most dramatic digital technology is the internet, which is what I was referring to. The number of internet users world now stands at more than 1.8 billion, and that's as of 2012. American adults check their email, 50% use Google or other search engine, find information, 38% gets the news, 27% touch with friends or social networks, such as Facebook and LinkedIn. And by the way, it's a lot more now because 11 years later, more and more people have access to technology, more and more people connected. It's almost an exponential growth. Whereas Web 1.0 connected people with information, the next generation Web 2 has connected people employing fast-growing set of new web technologies such as blogs, social network sites, and video sharing sites. That's actually quite out of date by now. But 3.0 starting now, that was before, starting now, puts all this information, people connections together in ways that makes our internet experience more relevant, useful, and enjoyable. I suspect Web 4.0, this is not a program, this is just the standard for the internet, the software standard, and so on. As in the protocols using in the internet and the functionality, software functionality, is going to be using AI now, so that's going to be a major jump as of a year or so, and that is even more sped up because you can do all this, you can automate all these tasks, so you're spending less and less of your time to do the same task. Meanwhile, you are getting the same or more results. And Web.3 email, fast, customizable internet applications access through the multifunctional mobile devices will bring a world you can carry on in your pocket. We will be carrying our own amusements with us, best music collections, video collections, instant news access, all tailored to our preferences and perpetually updatable, which has already come true for sure. And this is cooler than ever. referring to evolves, we won't be connecting to this new web so much as we will be walking around inside it. And that's pretty much prophetic to what they call the metaverse, which has only been partially successful because of certain social economic factors. Primarily, it's getting people in it, and its application, and its investment. It's going to take more years. Some of this has been overestimated, but anyway, the idea is there. Online marketing is now the fastest growing form of marketing. These days, it's hard to find a company that doesn't use the web in a significant way. And of course, that's how you know of me, because of YouTube, and that's how unknown people have become famous. They had no promoter, they did self-promotion all through the web. In addition to the click-only.coms, the most traditional brick-and-mortar companies have now become click-and-mortar companies. Instead of brick-and-mortar, it's click-and-mortar. They have ventured online to attract new customers to build a stronger relationships with existing ones. Today, more than 75% of American online users use the internet to shop, and I'm pretty sure it's more than that now. It's probably like, if I were to guess, it's probably like 90% or more. It's more than 75 for sure. Because so much of what's done is online. Still, depending on the demographic of people, you're still going to have your physical stores. If for no other reason, you still need a place to store this stuff. And then because it is stored there, people can go there. So it's not going to be 100%, but it's definitely, from my experience, it's been more than 75%. So if you look at the average user for different demographics, you look at the percentage, and for some people, it's almost 100%. So for some demographics, thus the technology became evolving, exciting new opportunities for the marketers. Now, globalization has also played a part in marketing. Because of who we can market to is more because of the brand and who buys it. And that also has something to do with the social economic consideration. Okay? Now, as they're redefining customer relationships, marketers are also taking a fresh look at the ways in which they can relate with the broader world around them. An increasingly smaller world, companies are now connected globally with their customers and marketing partners. Now, here's the bottom line: is you'll have a greater market share and you have a greater opportunity to sell if you have more people to sell to. How do you do it? By having more markets. So you have your domestic market and you have your international market. So suppose you have a product that's not so popular here, but it's popular in another country. That's who you sell to. And even if each one of these places you sell to is not very much, the fact that we're talking about volume, we're talking about scaling, having more places and people to sell to, that is what the idea is, and that's how people have made money through trade. Now, today, almost every company, large or small, is touched in some way by global competition. See, again, that is global competition. More than one country can do the same thing. As a neighborhood florist buys flowers in the Mexican nurseries, a large U.S. electronics manufacturer competes in its home markets with giant Korean rivals. A fledgling internet retailer finds itself receiving orders from all around the world at the same time that an American consumer goods producer introduces products emerging from its markets abroad. Okay? Now, here's the thing: there's a couple things. Number one is when the operating costs become too high, outsourcing has happened. Globalization's actually happened before the internet, because once they realized the prices in other places, they just outsourced since the 90s or even 80s. With the internet, now you get more information, you find out how you can outsource and how you can market to more people. American firms have been challenged at home by the skillful marketing of a European Asian multinationals. Companies such as Toyota, Nokia, Nestle, and Samsung often outperform the U.S. competitors in American markets. Similarly, U.S. companies and a wide range of industries have described their truly global operations, making and selling the products worldwide. Yeah. Because you want to expand your market, you want to expand your customer base, and you want to find a way to find, you want to find a more profitable way of offering a product or service. Quintessentially, American McDonald's is now serves 60 million customers daily, and more corporate revenue comes from outside the United States. Similarly, Nike markets is more than 180 countries, with non-U.S. sales accounting for 66% of their worldwide sales. So here's the thing: there's only so many sneakers you can sell in the U.S. So let's say you can only sell like 300 something million. Well, if the whole world is billions, hey, well now you can go from 300 million to billions. It's pretty clear what the choice is going to be, right? Okay. The managers in countries around the world are increasingly taking a global, not just local view of the company's industry competitors and opportunities. Okay. Global view. They're asking, what is the global marketing? How does it all differ from domestic marketing? How does global competitors and forces affect our business? To what extent should we go global? Okay. This is described way at the end of the book. There are many factors. You have to look at the barriers to entry. You have to look at policies. You have to look at the politics. But mainly, in general, it's barriers to entry. Sustainable marketing. The call for more social responsibility. Marketers are re-examining the relationships with social values and responsibilities and with the earth that sustains us. As the worldwide consumerism and environmentalism movements mature, today's marketers are being called to develop sustainable marketing practices, that is. Corporate ethics, social responsibilities have been hot topics for almost every business. Okay? And few companies can ignore the renewed and very demanding environmental movement. Okay? Every company's action can affect their customer relationships. Today's customers expect companies to deliver in a socially and environmentally responsible way. Social responsibility and environmental movements will place more stricter demands on companies in the future. Some companies resist these movements, budging only when forced by legislation or organized consumer outcries. More forward-looking companies, however, readily accept responsibility to the world around them. They view sustainable marketing is also an opportunity to do well by doing good. So the idea is, if your brand is perceived as good, that will increase the value of the brand. Okay? They seek ways to profit by serving intermediate needs for the long run interests and of their customers and communities. Some companies such as Patagonia, Ben & Jerry's, Timberland Method, and other practice carrying capitalism, setting themselves apart by being civic-minded and responsible. They build social responsibility and action for the company value and mission statements. For example, when it comes to environmental responsibility, outdoor gear marketer Patagonia is committed to be the core, as in quotes. Also, they said those of us who work here are sharing a strong commitment to protecting undomesticated lands and waters, says the company's website. And then they went on to say that we believe in using business to inspire solutions to the environmental crisis. What they said, believe in using business to inspire solutions. So that. So what? Environmental crisis. Patagonia backs these words with actions. Each year it pledges 1% of sales or 10% of the profits, whichever is greater, to the protection of the natural environment. We will revisit the topic of the sustainable marketing later, and this is chapter. Remember I talked about that? Yeah. There's a lot of things that you have to consider before you consider that, because there's a lot of building blocks. And then we'll talk. And then I guess we'll continue. I guess we'll let's talk about the growth for not-for-profit marketing. In recent years, marketing has become a major part of strategies of many not-for-profit organizations such as college, hospitals, museums, zoos, symphony orchestras, and even churches. The nation's not-for-profit face stiff competition for support and membership. Sound marketing can help them attract membership and support. Consider the marketing efforts of the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, or ASPCA. The ASPCA is funding more than 1 million active supporters. However, like many of the not-for-profits, attracting new donors is risky. That is, until singer-songwriter Sarah McLachlan came along and created what was not-for-profit crisis call. Okay, so you get somebody famous to market for you, and suddenly it becomes it's already valuable because of her recognition. See, the idea is once you have a brand recognition or a name recognition of anything, it transfers over and integrates into what you're already doing. Okay. Now, so what is marketing pulling it all together? This is what this is just the book is taking all the concepts and putting it together into one thing. Let's look at this diagram here. This is all this stuff all together, an expanded model of the marketing process. So for understanding the market, customer needs and wants, you go to research customers and marketplace, and you need to manage the market consumer data. This is a visual map. Okay? This is good for visual learners. Then you need to design a customer-driven marketing strategy. And with the marketing strategy you need to select the customers, the market, segmentation and training, and decide on a market value proposition, differentiation, and position. Third one is you construct an integrated marketing program for delivery of superior value. That's your value proposition. And you need a product and service design build strong brands. You need pricing to create the real value. You need distribution, which manages demand and supply chains. And you need promotion, which communicates the value proposition, which I was talking about. Fourth step is you need to build profitable relationships and create customer delight, which means their customer satisfaction. Yes, you need customer relationship management to build customer strong relationships with chosen customers. Partner relationship management to build strong relationships with well-marketed partners. Basically, it's for people to help you do a job better than what you do. And those are strategic partnerships. And in the end, what you have is you capture. Okay, sorry. Before we talk about that, let's get this here. You want to remember that, for example, harnessed marketing and technology that goes back to understanding the marketplace and the wants, manage global markets, and ensure ethical and social responsibility. So ensure ethical and responsibility is related to capturing value from customers in return. And harnessing marketing and technology goes to understanding the marketplace, customer needs and wants. And managing global markets goes under construct an integrated marketing program and deliver superior value. That's part of it. Now, the end goal of the fifth step in this process is to capture value from customers in return. Now, remember that capture value from customers to create profits for customer equity. Okay? In order to do that, you need to create satisfied and loyal customers. You need to capture customer lifetime value. And you need to increase the share of market and share of customers. Now, these here rest on the next page is an explanation that you have here. What you want to do is understand this logically. Is that you can't skip steps. You can't do it in the wrong order. In other words, you can't create value for the customers from the customers before you create value for them. First, you need to understand the marketplace first. How else are you going to market something? Then it has to be customer driven marketing strategy based upon what the previous one, which is understanding the marketplace. Then you build your profit. Then you construct your integrated marketing program based upon product and service design, pricing, distribution, and promotion. But you need to design a customer-driven marketing strategy and understand the marketplace first. And when you go to step 4, build a profitable relationship and create customer delight. Before that, you need to make sure you've got your integrated marketing program. You need to make sure you've got a customer-driven marketing strategy. And finally, you need to make sure you understand the marketplace. Okay, all those things have to come before. Then, after you've done all those 4, then you can capture value of the company, but not before. Keep in mind for each one of those 4 steps, there's things to consider. This is the way. Is how you can do this. Next step, step 2. The 2 bullet explains how that's done. Third step, there's 4 of them there. That's how that's done. For the 4th step, there's 2 of them. Explain how that's done. And for the 5th one, for capturing value for the company, it explains how it's done. Create satisfied customers, capture customer lifetime value, and then finally increase share of market and share of customer. Market is market share, so when we talk about market share, we're talking about of all the customers, what percentage of those do business with you, and total share of customer refers to how much of the spending budget can you get out of the total. If each customer spending budget, how much can you get out of it? Okay? So we have our objectives here. We've defined the marketing and outlined the steps for marketing process. We identify the key elements of customer-driven marketing strategy and discuss the marketing management orientation that guide the marketing strategy. These are objectives for the chapter. And then we discuss customer relationship management, identify strategies for creating value for customers and capturing value from customers in return. And then we describe the major trends and forces that are changing marketing landscape for the age of relationships. These are future trends, these are environmental trends, and technology, social attitudes, etc. I've got some key terms here. Now, for people who subscribe to the channel, I'll give them all the terms with an explanation and how it relates. Okay. Now, I hope you found value from this because this was definitely, if you're a business person, you need to understand marketing. Marketing is very underrated. People just think about operations and sales. They just think, okay, I'm going to sell a product, and I'm gonna, how do I like? They only think of the internal. They're not. They think about some technical things, maybe like the operations, and then maybe a little bit about accounting. But they don't. But marketing is the most underrated, underconsidered part. To me, it's one of the more important aspects of business because you have to think about how you're going to get customers to come in. Okay? And the idea is get the business and the money first. once you have money, you have revenue and business, recurring business coming in, you can always hire people to do things that you're not a specialist. Like if you're not if you're not an accountant, if you're not let's see, you're not a technology guy, right? But you're a marketing person. Those other two, you can hire people. You can hire people to set some things up technologically, and then you can hire someone to do your books every 3 months, every year, do your taxes. All that stuff can be done, and just a little common sense with understanding how to market and how it relates to sales, and then just keeping track of your stuff. Just no more receipts and everything. It's pretty simple. Although even then, you can have employees do all that. The idea is managing things, and the idea is marketing. Marketing is one of the biggest things because you can't have the other things if you don't have revenue coming in. So the focus is get revenue coming in by having a superior marketing program and providing superior value to customers. Okay? So anyway, did want to thank you for your patience, and I want to and I wish that you got the greatest value out of this. I'll be going through the full series of this. This will be a 20-part series, so uh, I'll probably do one of these a week, or maybe at least one of these a week, because this is quite a bit of filming for one of these. Okay, I might do more than one of those a week, but one of these is plenty. Okay, so I'll have other things on this channel as well. I'll have things, so I'll have stuff about business, economics. Okay, I'll have different things, different course stuff. Okay, and also I'll have playlists, and I'll have things even for learning English. Okay, and also study advice for people who want to go to university, write essays, and other technologies. I'll have that on this channel. Okay, so I'm looking forward to all of your views here. Please click like on the channel, and please the bell so you can get all the notifications for all the new videos that's going to come out. And please click so please click the click you click subscribe, all right, so you can get access to the channel, all the updates on the channel, bell for the notifications, and then there's a membership option there. If you like all the notes and you'd like to have extra content, click there. I'll be compiling the content soon. Okay? It will start off with just giving an overview, some extra stuff, access to more of the notes, etc. Alright. And now if you have any questions about the content, feel free to send me a comment or have any targeted suggestions for marketing related topics. Okay. I want to thank you again for watching the video, and I wish you a great weekend.